As night slowly settles across the world, and the final sounds of a busy day begin to fade into silence, perhaps this is the perfect moment to lift our eyes toward the stars. For thousands of years, people have done exactly that. Long before telescopes, long before rockets, and long before anyone understood the true scale of the universe, our ancestors looked into the night sky with the same sense of wonder we still carry today. Those distant stars guided travelers across deserts and oceans. They inspired myths, religions, and civilizations. But perhaps more than anything else, they awakened one timeless question: who are we within this vast universe? Tonight, we begin a different kind of journey. No spacecraft is required, no astronaut suit, only a quiet mind, a comfortable place to rest, and the gentle willingness to let your imagination drift. Together, we will travel backward through time, to the very beginning of the universe. We will witness the birth of the first stars. We will wander among enormous galaxies that stretch across unimaginable distances. We will venture close to mysterious black holes whose gravity bends space and time. We will visit distant worlds orbiting stars far beyond our own solar system. And along the way, we will quietly explore some of the greatest mysteries that science is still trying to understand today. Yet this is not simply a story about astronomy. It is also a story about ourselves. Carl Gustav Jung devoted much of his life to exploring another kind of universe, the hidden universe within the human mind. He believed that beneath our ordinary awareness lies something far deeper, a vast inner world filled with symbols, dreams, forgotten memories, and unseen patterns that quietly shape our lives. In a remarkable way, the cosmos seems to reflect that same mystery. The farther we look into space, the deeper we find ourselves asking questions about existence, about time, about consciousness, and about our own place within this immense and beautiful creation. Throughout this documentary, you will discover 100 fascinating facts about the universe, presented with a calm, gentle rhythm, designed to help you relax and slowly drift towards sleep. Together, we will learn why looking into space is also a journey into the past, why every atom inside your body was forged within stars that died billions of years ago, what scientists believe may be hidden within dark matter and dark energy, and how the most powerful telescopes ever built continue to expand the boundaries of human understanding. But there is no need to remember every detail. There will be no test, no rush, no destination you must reach. Simply allow each story to arrive like another quiet wave upon the shore, carrying you gently from one wonder to the next. If tonight you are searching for a peaceful place where your thoughts can finally slow down, a place where curiosity and rest can exist together, then I hope this journey becomes a quiet companion before sleep. Welcome to Stories for Sleep, where science, nature, and the hidden depths of the human soul come together in calm, thoughtful stories designed to help you unwind, reflect, and end the day in peace. If you enjoy exploring the universe, if gentle scientific storytelling helps you relax, or if you're simply looking for a quiet place to listen before falling asleep, consider subscribing and turning on notifications. Your support allows us to continue creating these peaceful journeys, exploring not only the mysteries of the cosmos, but also the endless landscapes of the human mind. And now, take one slow, comfortable breath. Let your shoulders relax. Allow the worries of today to quietly drift away. Above us stretches a sky filled with countless stars. Ahead of us lies a journey spanning more than 13 billion years of cosmic history. And perhaps, while exploring the most distant reaches of the universe, we may also discover one quiet corner of ourselves that has been waiting patiently to be found. So settle in, get comfortable, and let the stars guide us into the night. Part 1. The beginning of the journey and the birth of the universe. Perhaps, long ago, when our earliest ancestors first looked up at a sky filled with stars, they felt something very much like we do today. A feeling of being both wonderfully small and deeply amazed. Thousands of shimmering stars stretched endlessly overhead, as though telling a story older than every civilization, older than every mountain, and older than every ocean on Earth. Tonight, we are going to listen to that story together. This is more than a journey through astronomy. It is a slow voyage backward through time, returning to the very first moment when everything we know had yet to exist. There was no Earth, no Sunday, no galaxies, no planets, no starlight, and no living creature to gaze up at the heavens. There was only a newborn universe, so unimaginably small that it lies almost beyond the limits of human imagination. For many years, the phrase Big Bang led people to picture an enormous explosion occurring somewhere in empty space. Modern science, however, tells us that this picture is not entirely accurate. The Big Bang was not a bomb exploding into the universe, because there was no space. At least, not in the sense we understand it today. What actually happened was even more extraordinary. Space itself began to expand. Matter was not flying into emptiness. The emptiness itself was growing. Imagine tiny dots drawn on the surface of an uninflated balloon. As the balloon slowly inflates, the dots do not move across the surface on their own, yet the distance between them steadily increases. The galaxies in our universe behave in much the same way. They are not racing through a motionless void. Rather, the very fabric of space-time is expanding, carrying every galaxy along with it. About 13.8 billion years ago, all the matter and energy in the universe existed in an incredibly hot, unimaginably dense, and astonishingly tiny state. Temperatures were so extreme that even the fundamental particles we know today could not yet combine into stable structures. There were no atoms, no molecules, only a vast ocean of energy where particles continually appeared and disappeared over intervals so brief that they are almost impossible to imagine. As the universe continued to expand, it also began to cool. That cooling marked the opening chapter of creation. Quarks combined to form protons and neutrons. Then, within the first few minutes, the nuclei of the lightest elements, primarily hydrogen and helium, began to emerge. Hundreds of thousands of years later, the universe cooled enough for electrons to join those nuclei, creating the very first atoms. Light, which had previously been trapped within the dense, opaque universe, was finally able to travel freely through space. That ancient light still exists today as the cosmic microwave background, a faint echo from the universe's first dawn. Time itself began to acquire meaning. Distance became something that could be measured. Space continued to unfold. Regions that contained just a little more matter than their surroundings slowly collapsed under the force of gravity, becoming the seeds of galaxies, star clusters, and the immense cosmic structures that modern telescopes observe today. It is remarkable to realize that every breathtaking sight in today's night sky began with unimaginably tiny fluctuations in the newborn universe. Yet the story becomes even more personal when we recognize that this history does not belong only to the stars. It is also our own history. During the first minutes after the Big Bang, the universe produced only the simplest elements: hydrogen and helium, along with tiny amounts of lithium. The familiar elements that make life possible, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, silicon, calcium, and iron, did not yet exist. They had to wait for the first stars to be born. Deep within the cores of those stars, immense pressure and extraordinary temperatures fused hydrogen into helium, and then forged increasingly heavier elements through nuclear fusion. When the largest stars reached the end of their lives, they exploded as spectacular supernovae, scattering those newly created elements across the cosmos. From those vast clouds of enriched gas and dust, new generations of stars were born. along with new planets, and eventually our own Earth. That means every carbon atom within your body, every oxygen atom you breathe, the calcium in your bones, the iron flowing through your blood, and even the atoms that quietly make your heart beat were all forged inside stars long before our solar system ever existed. That is not poetic metaphor. It is one of the fundamental truths of astrophysics. In a profoundly beautiful sense, we are truly made of stardust. Yet perhaps what makes this truth so moving is not the atoms themselves. It is the journey they have taken. The atoms within your body have traveled across space for billions of years. They were once part of ancient stars. They drifted through enormous nebulae. They witnessed the birth and disappearance of countless galaxies, before finally coming together to become life on a small planet orbiting an ordinary star near the edge of the Milky Way. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Perhaps those words have never felt more meaningful than when we stand beneath a sky full of stars. Every time we lift our eyes toward the universe, we imagine that we are looking outward into unimaginable distances. Yet perhaps the same journey is quietly leading us inward, toward ourselves. For the greatest questions of astronomy and the deepest questions of the human soul begin in exactly the same place: wonder. Perhaps that is the universe's greatest gift to humanity. It has not only given us life, it has also given us the ability to ask what life truly means. And as night continues to spread across the sky, allow your thoughts to drift gently among the distant stars. Imagine that every point of light above you is another chapter in the greatest story ever told. While we have only just begun turning its first pages, countless wonders still lie ahead, waiting to be discovered. And our journey has only just begun. Part 2. To look at the universe is to look back in time. Perhaps one of the greatest wonders of the universe is not its unimaginable size, nor the almost endless number of stars and galaxies scattered across it. Its greatest wonder lies in a quiet truth that we often forget whenever we lift our eyes to the night sky. The truth is, we have never seen the universe as it exists right now. Every star, every planet, every faint ribbon of light stretching across the heavens is telling us a story that has already happened. That may sound more like poetry than science, yet modern physics tells us it is simply the nature of light. Although light travels at the fastest speed we know, about 300,000 kilometers per second through the vacuum of space, it still takes time to journey from its source to the observer. That span of time forms a bridge between the past and the present. Every time we gaze into the sky, we are looking across that bridge. Let us begin with Earth's closest celestial companion. Light reflected from the moon takes about 1.3 seconds to reach our eyes. In other words, the moon you are seeing is actually the moon as it was a little more than 1 second ago. The difference is so small that we never notice it. But when we turn toward the sun, the delay becomes much greater. Sunlight requires approximately 8 minutes and 20 seconds to reach Earth. If something extraordinary were to happen to the sun at this very moment, we would not know about it for more than 8 minutes, because the light carrying that information would still be making its way toward us. Beyond the sun lie the stars. The brilliant star Sirius, shining brightly in the winter sky, is about 8 light years away from Earth. That means the light reaching your eyes tonight actually left Sirius 8 years ago. When we observe galaxies millions or even billions of light years away, we are literally looking into the history of the universe. Some galaxies are so distant that the light we receive today began its journey before human beings ever existed on Earth. Others are so remote that their light departed when complex life had not yet appeared on our planet. And there are galaxies whose light began traveling toward us when the Milky Way itself was still young. That is why astronomy is often compared to reading an immense cosmic diary. Every distance is another page. Every beam of light is another memory. And every more powerful telescope allows us to turn yet another page farther back into a story that stretches across billions of years. This is what makes astronomy such an extraordinary science. Geologists dig deep beneath the Earth to uncover its past. Archaeologists excavate the remains of ancient civilizations. Astronomers simply point their telescopes toward the sky. The past comes to them in the form of light. Few ideas are both so simple and so astonishing. Yet the universe surprises us once again. Time itself, which seems to flow steadily in our everyday lives, does not pass at exactly the same rate everywhere. Here on Earth, a minute always seems to last a minute. An hour always feels like an hour. The watches on our wrists appear to move in perfect agreement. But according to Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity, time is not an absolute, universal flow. Space-time is more like an enormous fabric. Massive objects, planets, stars, and black holes bend that fabric. That curvature is what we experience as gravity. And remarkably, when space is curved, time changes as well. Near objects with extremely strong gravity, time passes more slowly than it does in regions where gravity is weaker. This phenomenon is known as gravitational time dilation. It is not merely a mathematical curiosity. The GPS satellites orbiting Earth must continually adjust their onboard clocks to account for relativistic effects. Without those corrections, the navigation systems we rely upon every day would quickly accumulate significant errors. One of the places where time changes most dramatically is near a black hole. A black hole does not merely bend the path of light. It also slows the passage of time to an almost unimaginable degree. If an astronaut could somehow remain safely near the event horizon of a supermassive black hole and later return to Earth, they might experience only a few hours, while many years or even much longer could have passed here, depending on their distance from the black hole and the specific conditions involved. It sounds like science fiction. Yet it is a perfectly natural consequence of the equations that describe space-time. Suddenly, we realize that time is not a single clock hanging above the universe. Every region of the cosmos follows its own rhythm. There are places where time nearly slows to a standstill. There are places where light requires billions of years to complete its journey. And there are ancient memories of the universe that are still quietly traveling through space, waiting for the day when a telescope finally receives them. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "In memories, dreams, reflections, who looks outside, dreams, who looks inside, awakes." Perhaps those words carry an especially beautiful meaning beneath a sky filled with stars. Whenever we look out into the universe, it feels as though we are traveling farther and farther away from ourselves. Yet perhaps that same journey is quietly bringing us home. Just as light requires immense stretches of time to reach our eyes, many experiences in our own lives also need time before we truly understand their meaning. Some joys reveal their true value only after they have passed. Some sorrows become wisdom only after many years, and some memories, though they seem to have faded into silence, continue to shine quietly within us. Much like distant stars, whose ancient light is only now arriving on Earth, Jung repeatedly reminded us that we do not live solely in the present moment. We are shaped by memory, by symbols, and by the deeper layers of the unconscious that accumulate throughout our lives. In that sense, the human soul is not unlike the night sky. What we see on the surface is only enough light to illuminate a small part of its vastness. Beneath it remain countless regions still waiting to be explored. And perhaps that is the universe's most beautiful gift. Whenever we look up into the night sky, we are not simply looking into endless space. We are looking at time. We are looking at memory. We are looking at the history of light itself. And perhaps, within that profound silence, we are also learning to listen to the quiet story of our own souls. As night continues to gently embrace the heavens, and the stars keep shining with light from the distant past, Allow your thoughts to slow to the rhythm of the universe. Our journey has only just begun to turn its earliest pages, and countless wonders still wait patiently to be told. Part 3. The things we cannot see. In the previous chapter, we discovered that every ray of light reaching us from the night sky carries a memory from the past. Tonight, our journey takes us somewhere even more extraordinary, to the things that light itself cannot reveal. When we look up at the sky on a clear night, it is easy to feel as though we are seeing the entire universe. Thousands of sparkling stars, the soft, luminous band of the Milky Way, the familiar planets of our own solar system, all of them come together to create a panorama so immense that it reminds us how small we truly are. Yet modern science quietly tells us something astonishing. Everything we can see is only a tiny fraction of the universe, like moonlight dancing across the surface of the sea while the vast majority of the ocean remains hidden beneath the waves. The universe is much the same. Light allows us to observe only about 5% of all the matter and energy that exist. The remaining 95% remains almost entirely invisible. That means nearly all of the universe is made of things we cannot observe directly. It sounds almost like mythology, yet it is the conclusion reached after decades of research in astronomy and modern physics. The first invisible component is known as dark matter. Its name sometimes leads people to imagine a mysterious black substance that somehow emits darkness, but that is not what it means. It is called dark simply because it neither emits light, reflects light, nor interacts with light in the same way as ordinary matter. We cannot see it, but we can see its fingerprints. Galaxies rotate far faster than the visible matter within them can explain. If galaxies contained only the stars, planets, gas, and dust that our telescopes detect, many of them should have flown apart billions of years ago. Instead, they remain remarkably stable. It is rather like watching leaves sway in the wind. You cannot see the wind itself, yet you know it is there. Dark matter is much the same. We have never observed it directly, but its gravitational influence appears throughout the universe. The second invisible ingredient is even more mysterious. It is called dark energy. If dark matter helps hold galaxies together, dark energy appears to be doing almost the opposite. Observations made near the end of the 20th century revealed that the universe is not merely expanding, its expansion is accelerating. Something unseen seems to be gently pushing space itself to grow ever larger. Scientists call that phenomenon dark energy. Even today, we still do not know exactly what it is. That is not a failure of science. It is one of science's greatest strengths. Science does not begin with certainty. It begins with the honesty to say, we still don't know. Perhaps it is that humility that has allowed human knowledge to continue moving forward. When we look into the night sky, we are often overwhelmed by the countless stars shining above us. Yet even those stars represent only a tiny glimpse of reality. Current estimates suggest that the observable universe contains hundreds of billions of galaxies, and that each galaxy holds anywhere from tens of billions to hundreds of billions of stars. The total number of stars is so enormous that it is almost impossible to express in ordinary numbers. Astronomers often say that there are more stars in the observable universe than there are grains of sand on all the beaches and deserts of Earth. The comparison is not mathematically exact, but it offers a glimpse of the universe's almost unimaginable scale. Imagine every grain of sand as a star. Every star may have planets of its own, and perhaps, somewhere within that vast cosmic ocean, there are other skies, other oceans, and other beings who also look upward and wonder, just as we do. Yet even the immense distances between the stars are not truly empty. For centuries, people believed that space was nothing more than a silent vacuum. Today, we know that this apparent emptiness is filled with invisible physical fields. Electromagnetic fields carry light across the cosmos, Magnetic fields guide streams of charged particles. Cosmic rays continually race through our galaxy with astonishing energies. The cosmic microwave background still quietly echoes from the universe's earliest moments. And at the quantum level, even empty space is never completely empty. Tiny quantum fluctuations constantly appear and disappear over unimaginably brief intervals, reminding us that perfect stillness may never truly exist. The universe is quiet, but it has never been motionless. It is always vibrating with rhythms that our senses cannot directly perceive. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, "In addition to our immediate consciousness, which is of a thoroughly personal nature, there exists a second psychic system of a collective, universal, and impersonal nature, which is identical in all individuals." Jung was describing the collective unconscious, a profound layer of the human psyche that, in his view, extends far beyond each individual's personal experience. He was not speaking about dark matter or dark energy, and yet, viewed through the language of symbolism, it is difficult not to notice a beautiful parallel. The universe is shaped largely by things we cannot see. Our inner lives are much the same. The thoughts that rise into consciousness are like the bright stars scattered across the night sky. They are easy to recognize and easy to name, but beneath them lies an immense ocean of memories, intuitions, emotions, and unconscious patterns that quietly influence how we love, how we fear, how we choose, and how we grow. Perhaps that is why the more we learn about the universe, the more humility we gain. We become less certain that everything we see is everything that exists. For light has its limits. Telescopes have their limits. Even the human mind has its limits. But curiosity, it seems, does not. And perhaps the greatest gift the night sky offers us is not a complete collection of answers, but the quiet ability to live peacefully beside the unknown. While the stars continue to shine gently above us, and most of the universe remains hidden from view, we begin to understand that the beauty of existence does not depend on every mystery being solved. Sometimes the greatest beauty is found within the darkness that still waits to be explored, reminding us that both the cosmos above and the soul within still hold countless wonders, patiently waiting to be discovered. Part 4. The Solar System. From a new perspective. After exploring the opening chapters of our cosmic story from the moment the Big Bang gave birth to space and time, to the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy, perhaps, it is time to journey a little closer to home, but do not let familiarity fool you. The solar system we first encountered in childhood textbooks is not a peaceful family of nearly identical planets quietly circling the Sunday. Instead, each world possesses its own personality, its own history, and a beauty unlike any other. Much like each human life carries its own unique story. At the center of it all is the Sunday. Every morning, when the first rays of sunlight touch the earth, we rarely stop to consider what makes that gentle light possible. Quietly, every second, the sun gives away a part of itself. Deep within its core, hundreds of millions of tons of hydrogen are continually fused into helium through the process of nuclear fusion. According to Albert Einstein's famous equation, a tiny fraction of that mass is transformed into energy in the form of light and heat. As a result, the sun loses about 4 million tons of mass every second. The number sounds almost unimaginable. Yet for a star whose mass is roughly 330,000 times greater than Earth's, that loss is no more significant than a single grain of sand falling from a vast mountain. Perhaps the sun's greatest beauty does not lie in its power, but in its quiet generosity. For more than 4.5 billion years, it has silently transformed part of itself into light, sustaining every living thing on our small world. Travel a little farther outward, and we arrive at Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system. Seen from afar, Jupiter sometimes appears almost like a star that never quite came to life. During the formation of the solar system, it gathered an enormous amount of gas and became the giant of its planetary family. Yet, to ignite nuclear fusion and truly become a star, it would have needed roughly 80 times its current mass. Only a little more, at least from a human perspective. But in astronomy, that difference is an immense gulf. Jupiter did not fail to become a star. It was simply born to become itself. Farther still, Saturn appears like the jewel of the solar system, surrounded by magnificent rings that seem broad and solid when viewed through a telescope. Yet the reality is wonderfully surprising. Although Saturn's rings stretch across hundreds of thousands of kilometers, most of them are only tens to hundreds of meters thick. In many places, if scaled down proportionally, they would resemble an enormous sheet of paper floating through space. Sometimes, what astonishes us most is not size, but fragility. Continuing our journey, we arrive at Venus, Earth's closest planetary neighbor. At first glance, Venus is remarkably similar in size to our own planet. Yet if you could stand upon its surface, you would encounter one of the solar system's strangest paradoxes. A single rotation of Venus takes about 243 Earth days, yet it completes one orbit around the Sun in only 225 Earth days. In other words, a day on Venus lasts longer than its entire year. Even within a single planetary system, time refuses to keep the same rhythm everywhere. Mercury, the planet closest to the Sun, tells an entirely different story. With daytime temperatures hot enough to melt many metals, scientists once believed Mercury was completely dry. Yet spacecraft have discovered deposits of water ice hidden within craters near its poles, places where sunlight has never reached. Even the hottest world can preserve ice. Even the driest landscape can still shelter water. Mars offers another quiet reminder. Today, the red planet appears as a cold desert blanketed in iron-rich dust. Yet, geological evidence reveals that billions of years ago it possessed rivers, lakes, and perhaps even vast oceans. That realization has inspired one of astronomy's greatest questions. Could a world once filled with water also have been capable of supporting life? We still do not know the answer. But questions like that continue to send robotic explorers across the Martian landscape. Farther from the Sun lies Uranus. Unlike nearly every other planet, Uranus rotates with its axis tilted by almost 98 degrees. Viewed from a distance, it appears almost to roll around the Sun instead of spinning upright. No one knows with certainty why it tilts so dramatically. Perhaps a colossal collision early in the solar system's history knocked it onto its side. Whatever the cause, that extraordinary difference created a world unlike any other. At the far edge of the solar system, Neptune continues to surprise astronomers. Although it receives less than 1/1000th of the sunlight that reaches Earth, this deep blue world is home to winds exceeding 2,000 kilometers per hour, faster than the speed of sound within Neptune's own atmosphere. Amid temperatures approaching absolute zero, the winds never stop, as though even the stillness of the universe possesses its own quiet rhythm. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Psychological Types, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." Jung was speaking about people, the uniqueness of personality, and the individual path each person must follow. He was not writing about planets. Yet when we look at the solar system, his words seem to take on a beautifully symbolic meaning. Within the same family of the Sun, no two worlds are alike. Each planet has its own rotation, its own climate, its own history, its own laws of nature. None must become a copy of another in order to have value. Perhaps the same is true for us. We often compare our lives with those of others, wondering why someone else moves faster, succeeds earlier, or follows a different rhythm. But nature has never worked that way. The universe does not ask Venus to become Earth, nor does it expect Uranus to stand upright like Jupiter. Every world possesses a beauty that arises from its own uniqueness. and as night continues to embrace the sky, imagine the entire solar system quietly moving through the vastness of space. 8 planets, hundreds of moons, countless asteroids, and wandering comets all continue along their own paths, never rushing, never competing, never trying to become something they were never meant to be. Perhaps that is the gentlest lesson the night sky has to offer. Every life follows its own orbit, and true beauty is found not in becoming someone else, but in patiently becoming yourself. Part 5. The extraordinary worlds of the solar system. If the solar system is our home, then every planet and every moon within it is like a different room, each with a story all its own. Some are familiar and comforting, others are so strange that, had spacecraft never sent back their photographs, it would be difficult to believe they truly exist. Tonight, as your mind grows quieter beneath a sky full of stars, let your imagination gently carry us away from Earth. We will journey to places where sunlight has faded into little more than a distant glow, where ice is as hard as rock, where oceans lie hidden beneath shells of frozen crust, tens of kilometers thick, and where volcanoes tirelessly reshape entire worlds. Our first destination is Pluto. Although Pluto is now classified as a dwarf planet, that title does nothing to diminish its wonder. When the New Horizons spacecraft flew past Pluto in 2015, humanity saw, for the very first time, a vast heart-shaped plain covered with frozen nitrogen and magnificent mountain ranges built not from granite, as they are on Earth, but largely from water ice. At temperatures near -230 degrees Celsius, water ice becomes so hard that it behaves like solid rock on our planet. Meanwhile, frozen nitrogen and carbon monoxide remain much softer, flowing slowly across the landscape like glaciers. What we call rock on Earth is ice on Pluto. A simple change in temperature is enough to transform the rules by which an entire world exists. Leaving Pluto behind, we arrive at Titan, Saturn's largest moon and one of the most fascinating places in the solar system. From a distance, Titan is wrapped in a thick golden-orange atmosphere that completely hides its surface. Only when the Cassini spacecraft and the Huygens lander arrived did humanity uncover an extraordinary surprise. Titan has clouds, it has rain, it has rivers, it has lakes, it even has seas, but instead of water, they are made of liquid methane and ethane. An entire weather cycle unfolds on Titan. Clouds gather, rain falls, liquid flows into rivers and fills vast lakes before evaporating once again into the atmosphere. Nature always seems to find harmony. Each world simply composes its symphony using different ingredients. Farther along our journey lies Europa, one of Jupiter's moons. From the outside, Europa appears to be little more than a white sphere of ice crisscrossed with long fractures. Yet measurements of its magnetic field and geophysical observations strongly suggest that beneath its frozen shell lies a vast ocean of liquid water, perhaps tens to more than 100 kilometers deep. That hidden ocean may contain more water than all of Earth's oceans combined. Complete darkness, no sunlight, no sunrise. And yet this silent world is considered one of the most promising places in the solar system where extraterrestrial life might exist. Perhaps that reminds us that life does not always flourish where the light shines brightest. Sometimes the greatest wonders grow quietly where our eyes cannot see. Another of Saturn's remarkable moons is Enceladus. If Europa keeps its secrets beneath a shell of ice, Enceladus seems eager to share them with the universe. From enormous fractures near its south pole, towering plumes of water vapor and ice crystals erupt continuously into space. These geysers contain water, salts, organic compounds, and many other molecules. Because of them, scientists can study the chemistry of the hidden ocean below without ever drilling through the ice. It is as though the moon is slowly opening the pages of its own book. Sometimes the universe is surprisingly generous. If Enceladus represents quietness beneath the ice, then Io, another of Jupiter's moons, embodies relentless power. Io is the most volcanically active world in the entire solar system. Hundreds of volcanoes erupt continuously, sending towering plumes hundreds of kilometers above its surface. Rivers of molten rock and sulfur constantly reshape the landscape. The source of this extraordinary activity is Jupiter's immense gravity. Combined with the gravitational pull of neighboring moons, these relentless tidal forces continually squeeze and stretch Io's interior, generating tremendous heat. Some worlds are shaped by tranquility, others are forged through endless upheaval. Both belong equally to the universe. Continuing onward, we arrive at Ganymede. It is the largest moon in the solar system, even larger than the planet Mercury. Had Ganymede orbited the Sun directly instead of Jupiter, it might very well have been called a planet. Its size is not its only distinction. Ganymede also possesses its own intrinsic magnetic field, an exceptionally rare feature for a moon. Even the categories we invent, planet or moon, are simply ways of organizing the universe. Nature itself is never constrained by the names we give it. Far beyond, orbiting Neptune, we encounter Triton. Unlike almost every large moon in the solar system, Triton travels around its planet in the opposite direction of Neptune's rotation. For this reason, scientists believe Triton was not born alongside Neptune. Instead, it was likely once an independent object in the Kuiper belt, captured by Neptune's gravity billions of years ago. A traveler, a visitor from far away, who eventually found a new path to follow. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Jung was describing the process of individuation, the lifelong journey of becoming one's authentic self by integrating the different parts of the psyche. He was not writing about planets or distant moons. Yet, if we view the solar system through the language of symbols, it is difficult not to feel a beautiful resonance. No two worlds are alike. Pluto tells its story through mountains of ice. Titan speaks through methane rain. Europa hides an ocean beneath eternal darkness. Enceladus sends water soaring into space. Io lives through fires that never truly rest. Ganymede quietly carries the scale of a planet within the identity of a moon. Triton remains faithful to its own backward orbit. Not one of these worlds must abandon its nature to become valuable. Perhaps the same is true for us. Each of us carries a unique inner landscape. Some memories lie frozen, like Europa's hidden ocean. Some emotions flow quietly beneath the surface, unseen by others. Some passions burn with the fierce intensity of Io's volcanoes, and some parts of ourselves continue to follow a path different from everyone around us, much like Triton. Perhaps the journey of exploring the universe and the journey of understanding ourselves have never truly been separate. For the farther we travel into the vastness of space, the more clearly we realize that the universe draws its beauty not from sameness, but from diversity. And as night continues to wrap itself around the sky, allow your thoughts to drift gently across these extraordinary worlds. Perhaps, somewhere among the frozen oceans, the methane rains, and the unlikely orbits, you may quietly discover that what gives a world, just as what gives a human life its deepest value, is not becoming like anyone else, but remaining faithful to the unique nature it was always meant to be. Part 6. Asteroids, comets, and the ancient relics of the solar system. After visiting some of the most extraordinary worlds in the solar system, it would be easy to imagine that the story of our cosmic neighborhood is written only by giant planets, frozen moons, and brilliant stars. Yet, much like human history is preserved not only in grand palaces or magnificent cities, the history of the solar system is often safeguarded by the smallest objects, ones we might easily overlook. Tonight, let your thoughts slow a little more. We are leaving the familiar planets behind to visit solitary rocks, wandering bodies of ice, and quiet travelers that have faithfully preserved more than 4 billion years of history. These are the asteroids. These are the comets. And together, They are among the oldest surviving relics from the dawn of the solar system. Between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter stretches a vast region known as the asteroid belt. In popular imagination, it is often portrayed as it appears in science fiction films, a dangerous maze where countless rocks collide endlessly with one another. The reality is far more peaceful. The asteroids are separated by enormous distances. A spacecraft passing through the asteroid belt has only an extremely small chance of colliding with another object. Space is so unimaginably vast that even millions of rocky bodies resemble little more than scattered pebbles across an endless plain. Yet these humble rocks are among the oldest witnesses to the solar system's history. Most have never completely melted or evolved into full-fledged planets. Instead, they have preserved much of the original material that existed about 4.5 billion years ago, when the Sun and the planets first began forming from an immense cloud of gas and dust. They are like the leftover bricks from the construction of a great house. By studying them, we begin to understand how that house was first built. Among these ancient objects is one especially remarkable world called Ceres. Discovered in 1801, Ceres was originally considered a planet. Later, as more asteroids were found, it became known as the largest asteroid. Then, in 2006, alongside Pluto, Ceres was officially reclassified as a dwarf planet. Its name changed. Its nature did not. Ceres remains a fascinating world, nearly 1,000 kilometers across, large enough for its own gravity to pull it into an almost spherical shape. Observations made by NASA's Dawn spacecraft revealed abundant water ice beneath its surface, along with mysterious bright regions that were eventually identified as deposits composed largely of reflective mineral salts. A small world, yet one carrying an extraordinarily rich geological history. Perhaps, in the universe, value has never been determined by size. Leaving the asteroid belt behind, we continue toward the most famous wandering visitors of the night sky, the comets. If planets are like long-time residents living stable lives within the solar system, comets are its travelers. For most of their existence, they move silently through the distant reaches where sunlight has faded to little more than a faint glow. They are composed of water, ice, frozen carbon dioxide, methane, ammonia, rocky dust, and many ancient organic compounds. Because they spend so much of their lives far from the sun, many comets have changed very little since the solar system first formed. For this reason, astronomers often describe them as time capsules. Within every comet may lie preserved fragments of the original cloud of gas and dust that gave birth to the Sun, the Earth, and ultimately ourselves. Whenever a spacecraft approaches a comet, it is much like an archaeologist opening an untouched chest that has remained sealed for billions of years, not in search of gold, but in search of our own beginnings. One scientific hypothesis suggests that during Earth's earliest history, countless comets and asteroids collided with our young planet, delivering water and complex organic compounds. Although this hypothesis is still being investigated and is not considered the only explanation for the origin of Earth's water, it illustrates how these seemingly insignificant objects may have played an important role in creating the conditions necessary for life to emerge. Sometimes, the smallest characters quietly help shape the greatest chapters of history. Among all comets, perhaps the most famous is Halley's Comet. Unlike most comets, which appear only once before disappearing from human view, Halley's Comet faithfully returns to the inner solar system every 75 to 76 years. Its appearances have been recorded by civilizations for thousands of years. In the 18th century, the astronomer Edmund Halley realized that what had seemed to be different comets were actually repeated visits from the very same object. He predicted that it would return in 1758. Although he did not live to witness its arrival, his prediction proved correct. From that moment onward, the comet proudly carried his name, a lasting tribute to the power of scientific reasoning. Yet Halley's comet leaves behind more than its magnificent glowing tail. Each time it passes through the solar system, it scatters countless tiny particles of dust along its orbit. When Earth crosses that stream of debris at certain times of the year, those particles plunge into our atmosphere at tremendous speeds, heating through friction until they blaze across the sky as the streaks of light we call meteor showers. The shooting stars beneath which we so often make wishes are not stars at all. They are tiny grains of dust, smaller than pebbles. Yet upon touching Earth's atmosphere, they create one of nature's most breathtaking spectacles. Perhaps beauty has never depended on size. Perhaps it depends on the moment. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Jung was speaking about meaning within the human psyche. He was not writing about comets or asteroids. And yet, when we look at these small celestial bodies quietly preserving the history of the solar system, his words seem to take on another beautiful dimension. An asteroid is only a rock, a comet is only ice and dust. A grain of cometary debris is scarcely larger than a grain of sand. Yet together, they tell a story spanning more than 4 billion years. Perhaps human memory works much the same way. We tend to remember life's great milestones. Yet what truly shapes us is often something much smaller. A gentle glance, a kind word, a peaceful afternoon, or a quiet night spent beneath a sky full of stars. Those seemingly insignificant moments accumulate silently through the years, much like countless grains of cometary dust drifting through space. Then, one day, when memory enters the atmosphere of the soul, it suddenly glows, leaving behind a gentle trail of light, bright enough to illuminate an entire chapter of our lives. And as night continues to quietly embrace the heavens, imagine that somewhere far beyond our sight, the comets are still continuing their journeys across billions of years. They are never in a hurry. They are never truly lost. They simply carry the earliest memories of the solar system patiently through the vastness of space. Perhaps, like the human soul itself, what matters most is not how quickly we travel, but how faithfully we preserve the things that have made us who we are. Part 7. Humanity reaches for space. After traveling together through billions of years of cosmic history from the first instant when space and time came into existence, across distant galaxies, frozen worlds, and comets carrying the memories of the solar system, tonight we arrive at a different kind of story. No longer the story of the stars, but the story of ourselves, within a universe so vast that it seems almost infinite. There exists a small species born on an ordinary planet, orbiting an ordinary star near the outer edge of the Milky Way. Its body is remarkably fragile. It cannot breathe in the vacuum of space. It cannot survive without water, air, and warmth. And yet this same species spent thousands of years gazing upward, until, at last, it found a way to leave its cradle. Perhaps humanity's greatest miracle is not strength, but curiosity. It was curiosity that carried us to the International Space Station, or ISS, a remarkable scientific laboratory quietly orbiting Earth at an altitude of about 400 kilometers. Every 90 minutes, the station completes nearly one orbit around our planet, allowing its astronauts to witness about 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets in a single Earth day. Imagine waking just as the sun rises above Earth's deep blue horizon. Barely more than an hour later, darkness gently returns. Then, before long, another sunrise appears. Time continues to flow, but the rhythm of day and night has completely changed. Life in microgravity is unlike anything we experience on Earth. When gravity no longer acts upon the body in the familiar way, the human body begins adapting in extraordinary ways. Blood and other bodily fluids shift toward the head, making astronauts' faces appear fuller during their first days in orbit. The spine, no longer compressed by gravity, can lengthen by several centimeters, temporarily increasing a person's height. But muscles and bones no longer need to support body weight as they do on Earth, so they gradually weaken unless exercised every day. That is why astronauts spend several hours each day working out in space, not to become stronger, but to remind their bodies that they were born on a world with gravity. Even stepping outside the station to repair a solar panel or install new equipment is an extraordinary challenge. Every astronaut must wear a specially designed spacesuit. From the outside, it appears to be little more than a bulky protective outfit. In reality, it is an entire life support system. It supplies oxygen for breathing, maintains the proper air pressure, regulates temperature, removes carbon dioxide, and shields its wearer from radiation as well as tiny particles racing through space at extraordinary speeds. Perhaps calling it a suit is not quite enough. It is more like carrying a miniature Earth wherever you go. But before humanity could live and work in space, we first had to learn how to leave Earth itself. That became possible through rockets. The principle behind a rocket is beautifully simple. As fuel burns, extremely hot gases are expelled backward at tremendous speed. According to Newton's third law of motion, the equal and opposite reaction pushes the rocket forward. There is nothing in the vacuum of space for a rocket to push against. It does not need an atmosphere to fly. It needs only its own fuel and the ability to generate thrust from within itself. Sometimes we move forward not because something pulls us ahead, but because we discover the courage to create our own momentum. Perhaps no moment symbolizes that human longing more clearly than the first footsteps upon the moon. On the 20th of July 1969, Neil Armstrong stepped onto the lunar surface, leaving footprints in a layer of fine dust that had accumulated over billions of years through countless meteorite impacts. Because the moon has almost no atmosphere and no wind, those footprints may remain there for an extraordinarily long time, until future impacts eventually reshape the landscape. A moment lasting only a few seconds, preserved across spans of time far longer than the history of human civilization. The moon's surface dust, known as regolith, is fascinating in its own right. Unlike the sand on Earth, which has been rounded by water and wind over millions of years, lunar dust consists of sharp, jagged particles. It clings stubbornly to astronauts' suits, wears down equipment, and proved to be one of the greatest challenges faced during the Apollo missions. Even a thin layer of dust can tell the story of billions of years. Then comes one of the rarest sights a human being can witness. Looking back toward home, from space, astronauts see a blue sphere suspended against the blackness. Surrounding it is an atmosphere so astonishingly thin that, if Earth were reduced to the size of an apple, its atmosphere would be thinner than the apple's skin. And yet that delicate layer of air protects every ocean, every forest, every city, every living thing we have ever known. From space, there are no borders, no nations, none of the lines humanity has drawn across its maps. Only one small planet, quietly drifting through a sea of stars. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Symbols of Transformation, "Man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious." Jung was speaking about humanity's inward journey, about becoming aware of the hidden depths of the psyche in order to become more whole. He was not writing about journeys into space, yet viewed through the language of symbolism, it is difficult not to sense a profound connection. Every spacecraft leaving Earth begins with an immense burst of energy. Every journey toward maturity begins much the same way. We must leave behind what is familiar. We must step into the unknown. We must face loneliness, fear, and the limits of our own nature. Only then can we look back upon our lives with a broader perspective. Perhaps that is exactly what so many astronauts describe after returning home. The greatest transformation is not simply what they saw in space, it is how they learned to see Earth. From hundreds of kilometers above, our world appears impossibly small, breathtakingly fragile, and infinitely precious. And perhaps that is the gentlest gift the universe has ever offered humanity. Not so that we might conquer it, but so that, in reaching for the stars, we may learn to understand ourselves more deeply and cherish the small blue world that has nurtured every one of us since the dawn of life. As night continues to stretch quietly overhead, and Earth keeps turning through the endless sea of stars, allow your mind to rest in that peaceful awareness. For sometimes the greatest journey a human being can ever undertake is not traveling to another planet, but returning home with greater humility, deeper gratitude, and a heart that has finally awakened. Part 8. Earth in Space. After journeying through the planets, the extraordinary moons, and the vast depths of the solar system, perhaps it is time to pause for a moment and turn our attention back to home. It is a curious truth that the farther humanity has traveled from Earth, the more we have realized that our home is not something to be taken for granted. Among billions of celestial bodies drifting quietly through the universe, our blue planet appears like a fragile oasis, wrapped in invisible layers of protection that most of us rarely notice. Tonight, imagine yourself floating in space a few hundred kilometers above Earth's surface. Below you lies a world of deep blue oceans, soft white clouds, and the gentle curve of the horizon. From this distance, our planet no longer resembles a collection of crowded cities or political borders drawn by human hands. It is simply one small world, quietly turning within an endless sea of stars. And from here, you would witness one of the most beautiful phenomena nature has ever created, the aurora. For centuries, the shimmering curtains of green, violet, pink, and crimson light dancing across the polar skies have filled people with wonder. Many ancient cultures believed they were bridges between humanity and the divine, the spirits of fallen warriors, or mysterious omens. Modern science tells a story no less enchanting. The sun continuously releases streams of charged particles into space, known as the solar wind. As these particles approach Earth, most are deflected by our planet's magnetic field and guided toward the polar regions. There, they collide with oxygen and nitrogen atoms high in the atmosphere, causing those atoms to glow with brilliant colors. What we call the aurora is, in truth, a symphony between the sun and the Earth, a conversation written in light, taking place hundreds of kilometers above our heads. Hidden behind that beauty is an extraordinary system of protection. Surrounding Earth are two vast regions filled with high-energy charged particles known as the Van Allen radiation belts. Discovered in 1958 by physicist James Van Allen, these invisible belts form part of the complex interaction between Earth's magnetic field and the energetic particles arriving from space. For satellites and spacecraft, these regions demand careful planning. Electronic systems must be engineered to withstand intense radiation, and orbital paths are often selected to minimize prolonged exposure to the areas of highest radiation. Perhaps even more remarkable is the realization that the space surrounding our planet, what appears empty to our eyes, is constantly alive with invisible activity. Space has never truly been silent, nor has it ever been completely empty. Many people imagine that once a satellite reaches orbit, it will circle Earth forever, but that is not entirely true. Satellites in low Earth orbit still travel through an extremely thin outer layer of Earth's atmosphere that extends hundreds of kilometers above the surface. Although this atmosphere is extraordinarily tenuous, it still produces a tiny amount of drag over months and years. That nearly imperceptible resistance gradually steals orbital energy, causing satellites to descend ever so slowly. Unless they periodically raise their orbits using onboard propulsion, or were designed only for a limited mission, many eventually fall into denser layers of the atmosphere, where friction heats them until they burn brightly across the sky. A quiet ending, like an artificial shooting star. It reminds us that even in places that seem perfectly unchanging, every movement is shaped by forces that are small, yet persistent. Perhaps no invisible shield is more important than Earth's magnetic field. Generated by the movement of molten metals within our planet's outer core, this magnetic field stretches tens of thousands of kilometers into space, forming the magnetosphere, a protective region that deflects much of the charged particle radiation carried by the solar wind. Without Earth's magnetic field, the solar wind would interact far more directly with our atmosphere over long periods of time. Although the atmosphere itself is also preserved by gravity and influenced by many other physical processes, the magnetic field plays an essential role in reducing the impact of high-energy particles and helping maintain an environment where life can flourish. Most of us rarely think about it, because the things that protect us best often work in silence, like the steady heartbeat that continues while we sleep, like the atmosphere quietly holding warmth around our planet, like Earth's magnetic field gently embracing the world for billions of years. Even the space surrounding Earth is not a perfect vacuum. It contains extremely sparse atoms, plasma, charged particles, tiny micrometeoroids, electromagnetic radiation, and countless radio signals that human civilization has been sending into the cosmos for more than a century. Perhaps what we call empty space is simply a place our senses have not yet learned to perceive. Nature is often far more subtle than our eyes can reveal. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Those words are not about astronomy. They are about the inner life. Jung reminds us that hidden layers of the psyche continue to influence our thoughts, emotions, and choices even when we are unaware of them. Placed beside the image of Earth in space, that idea takes on a beautifully symbolic meaning. When we look at our planet, we notice its oceans, forests, mountains, and cities. Yet it is the invisible forces that make life possible. The magnetic field cannot be seen. The Van Allen belts cannot be seen. The plasma surrounding our world cannot be seen. Even the air we breathe is, for the most part, invisible. And yet every one of these unseen companions protects us every moment of every day. Perhaps the human soul is much the same. What gives a person true strength is not always what others can see. Sometimes it is quiet virtues, compassion, patience, hope, or the ability to forgive. They do not shine like the aurora, nor do they announce themselves with great noise. Yet they become the invisible magnetic fields that help us remain steady through the storms of life. And as night continues to gently settle over the sky, imagine Earth still turning quietly through the darkness, embraced by layers of protection invisible to the eye. Perhaps the deepest beauty of the universe is found not only in the wonders that dazzle us, but also in the unseen forces that quietly sustain them. For just like the human soul, what is invisible is sometimes the strongest foundation upon which life, love, and hope are able to grow in peace. Part 9. The Birth and Life of Stars. In the previous chapters, we witnessed the birth of the universe, explored extraordinary planets, and looked back upon Earth as a blue island floating in the endless ocean of space. Tonight, our journey brings us to the quiet architects who have shaped the history of the cosmos itself, the stars. Whenever we look up at the night sky, it is easy to think of stars as nothing more than distant points of light. But every star has its own life story. Stars are born, they grow, they age, and they come to an end in remarkably different ways. Some live for only a few million years. Others will continue shining for far longer than the current age of the universe itself. Much like human lives, no two stories are ever exactly the same. Every story begins with a cloud. Between the stars lie immense regions filled with hydrogen, helium, and countless microscopic grains of dust. Astronomers call these vast clouds nebulae. From afar, they appear as delicate ribbons of colorful mist. Yet within that quiet beauty, nature is patiently preparing for the birth of something new. Over time, gravity begins pulling certain regions of a nebula inward. Gas and dust gather ever more densely. Pressure rise. Temperature climbs. The remarkable thing is that no one directs the process. No invisible hand arranges it. There is only gravity, patiently doing its work over millions of years. When the core reaches a temperature of about 10 million degrees, hydrogen nuclei begin fusing into helium. Nuclear fusion ignites. A star is born. Its first light awakens in the darkness of space. Perhaps this is one of the universe's most beautiful images. From a cold and silent cloud emerges a new source of light, one capable of warming planets, and, perhaps, one day nurturing life somewhere among the stars. But not all stars are alike. To the naked eye, most stars appear white. In reality, a star's color reveals the temperature of its surface. Red stars are relatively cool. Yellow stars, like our own sun, have surface temperatures of about 5,500 degrees Celsius. White and blue stars are far hotter, with surface temperatures that can reach tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. In the universe, color is more than beauty. It is a language through which nature quietly tells us the true character of every star. Curiously, the lives of stars also defy human intuition. We often assume that the larger something is, the longer it will endure. The stars tell a different story. Massive blue stars contain many times more material than our Sunday. Because of their enormous mass, the pressure within their cores becomes extraordinarily intense. Nuclear fusion proceeds at a tremendous rate, releasing astonishing amounts of energy. They shine with breathtaking brilliance, but they also consume their fuel at an astonishing pace. Many blue stars survive for only a few million years, a very short lifetime compared with the billions of years enjoyed by smaller stars. On the opposite side of the cosmic picture are the red dwarfs. They are small, faint, unassuming, yet they burn their fuel with extraordinary patience. Astronomical models suggest that many red dwarfs may survive for trillions of years, far longer than the universe's present age of approximately 13.8 billion years. In fact, the universe is still too young for even a single red dwarf to have completed its entire life cycle. Perhaps nature is quietly whispering something very simple. The brightest light is not always the one that lasts the longest. Sometimes it is quiet endurance that outlives time itself. Not every star shines with constant brightness. Some stars grow brighter and dimmer in regular cycles. These are known as variable stars. The reasons for these changes vary widely. Some stars repeatedly expand and contract, almost as though they are breathing. Others become periodically eclipsed by a companion star. By studying variable stars, especially Cepheid variables, astronomers discovered one of the most powerful methods for measuring the distances to faraway galaxies. What first appears to be instability becomes the very key that allows us to understand the scale of the universe. Stars are also rarely born alone. Most emerge together within the same enormous nebula. These families become star clusters. Some are young clusters still wrapped in the clouds of gas and dust from which they formed. Others are ancient globular clusters, more than 12 billion years old, almost as old as the Milky Way itself. When we look at a star cluster, we are not simply seeing many stars gathered together. We are witnessing an entire family, members sharing the same origin, growing beneath the same cosmic sky. Yet eventually, each star follows its own unique path. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Aeon, "Researches into the phenomenology of the self. The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference, which embraces both conscious and unconscious. It is the center of this totality, just as the ego is the center of consciousness." Jung was speaking about the self, the symbol of wholeness in analytical psychology. He was not writing about stars. Yet when we look into the heavens, it is difficult not to sense a beautiful parallel. Every star is born from the same fundamental elements, yet no two stars are exactly alike. Some live brief but dazzling lives, Some burn quietly for trillions of years. Some spend their existence within crowded stellar families. Some wander in solitude through the darkness. Some pulse with ever-changing brightness. Others maintain a steady rhythm for billions of years. And every one of them fulfills its own role within the universe's vast symphony. Perhaps the same is true for us. We often worry because our lives do not resemble those of others. Some people find success very early. Others blossom in middle age. Some devote themselves quietly to the world without ever standing beneath the spotlight. But nature has never treated difference as a mistake. On the contrary, it is diversity that gives the night sky its beauty. And as you gently close your eyes in the stillness of the night, imagine billions of stars continuing to shine above you. Some have only just been born within distant nebulae. Some are approaching the final chapters of journeys that have lasted billions of years. Yet every one of them is living according to the rhythm the universe has given it. Perhaps that is the gentlest message the night sky offers each of us. You do not need to shine in anyone else's way. You need only be patient enough to become fully yourself, to live according to the rhythm of your own soul. And in time, your light will find the sky where it truly belongs. Part 10. The remnants of stars. Throughout our journey, stars have appeared as symbols of light. They warm their planets, illuminate entire galaxies, and quietly forge the elements that make life possible. But like every living thing on Earth, stars do not exist forever. Even the brightest lights in the universe eventually reach their end. And yet, there is something remarkable about nature. An ending is rarely just an ending. More often, it is the beginning of another story. Tonight, we will step into the final chapter of a star's life. It is not a dark chapter. On the contrary, it may be the most beautiful chapter of all. For from the remnants of a dying star, the universe begins preparing the birth of entirely new worlds. When a star, many times more massive than our Sun, has nearly exhausted the fuel in its core, the outward pressure produced by nuclear fusion gradually weakens. No longer able to resist its own immense gravity, the core collapses with astonishing speed. In an incredibly brief moment, matter is compressed beyond almost anything we can imagine. Electrons and protons combine to form neutrons. A neutron star is born. Try to picture this. An object more massive than the Sunday, yet only about 20 kilometers across. If it was somehow possible, which in reality it is, not to bring a single teaspoon of neutron star matter back to Earth, it would weigh billions of tons. The matter inside is so incredibly dense that the atoms we know no longer exist in anything resembling their familiar form. It is one of the most extreme places nature has ever created. But not every neutron star remains quiet. Some spin dozens, hundreds, or even more than 700 times every second. From their magnetic poles, they emit beams of radio waves or other forms of electromagnetic radiation. Whenever those beams sweep across Earth, we detect remarkably regular pulses, almost like the steady ticking of a cosmic clock. Astronomers call these objects pulsars. Within the immense vastness of space, which often seems chaotic, there are rhythms of astonishing precision, as though the universe itself possesses a heartbeat. There is an even rarer kind of neutron star, the magnetar. If Earth's magnetic field is strong enough to guide the needle of a simple compass, a magnetar possesses the most powerful magnetic field ever known in nature. Its magnetic field is so intense that, were one to appear dangerously close to Earth, it could seriously affect electronics and matter across enormous distances. Fortunately, all known magnetars lie safely far away from our planet. Even within what appears to be the cold remains of a dead star, nature still hides extraordinary power. Yet before becoming neutron stars, many massive stars pass through one of the universe's most spectacular events, a supernova. As the star's core collapses, its outer layers are blasted violently into space. For a brief period, a single supernova can shine more brightly than an entire galaxy containing hundreds of billions of stars. This is not nature's fury. It is the moment the universe sows new seeds. Within these tremendous explosions, many elements heavier than iron are forged before being scattered across space. The carbon within our bodies, the oxygen we breathe, the calcium in our bones, the silicon beneath our feet, all carry the fingerprints of stars that died long before our world was born. But there is an even more astonishing story. For many years, scientists wondered where gold, platinum, and many of the heaviest elements in nature were created. Today, modern observations show that a significant portion of these elements is formed during the collision of two neutron stars. When these incredibly dense objects merge, the neutron-rich environment allows a process known as rapid neutron capture, or the R process, to occur. During this process, many heavy elements are created before being scattered throughout the cosmos. That means the gold ring someone wears today may contain atoms that were born in a neutron star merger billions of years ago. It is difficult to imagine a more beautiful story than that. Not only the light of the stars, but even the beauty humanity treasures, was born from the universe's most violent transformations. Not every star, however, ends in an explosion. Stars with masses similar to our Sun follow a gentler path. After expanding into red giants and shedding their outer layers, their remaining cores collapse into white dwarfs. No more nuclear fusion, no more newly generated energy. The star simply continues glowing with the heat it has already stored, slowly cooling over unimaginably long spans of time. A gentle light, no longer dazzling, yet still quietly telling the rest of its story. One of the stars that astronomers watch most closely today is Betelgeuse, the great red supergiant. In the constellation Orion, Betelgeuse has entered the final stage of its life and will certainly explode as a supernova sometime in the astronomical future. But that future may arrive tens of thousands of years from now, or perhaps hundreds of thousands of years from now. Based on current scientific understanding, no one can yet predict exactly when the explosion will occur. And what of our own Sun? In about 5 billion years, the Sun will gradually exhaust the hydrogen in its core and expand into a red giant. Its outer layers will swell enormously before drifting away into space, while its core ultimately contracts into a white dwarf. The Sun is simply not massive enough to become either a neutron star or a black hole. Its ending will not come through a violent explosion, but through quietness, like a lamp that slowly grows dim, after illuminating an entire room for a very long time. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote, "In the structure and dynamics of the psyche, there is no coming to consciousness without pain." Jung was speaking about the growth of the human spirit. He meant that becoming more deeply aware of ourselves often requires passing through loss, crisis, and profound transformation. He was not writing about stars or supernovae. Yet through the language of symbolism, it is difficult not to feel a deeply moving parallel. No star creates its most precious elements during the most peaceful period of its life. It offers those gifts only as it reaches its final chapters. Perhaps the same is true for us. Sometimes the experiences that seem the harshest become the very places where compassion, forgiveness, wisdom, and inner strength are born. Not because suffering is, in itself, something beautiful, but because human beings possess the remarkable ability to discover meaning even among what appears to be only the remnants. And as night continues to embrace the sky, look for a star quietly shining above you. Perhaps millions of years from now it will be gone. Perhaps the light reaching your eyes tonight is already the final chapter of a story that began unimaginably long ago. Yet from that ending, new elements will one day be forged, new planets will take shape, and somewhere in a distant corner of the universe, new life may awaken for the very first time. Perhaps, in the universe, as in the human soul, an ending has never truly been the end. Sometimes, it is simply the quiet way nature begins a new beginning. Part 11. Black holes and space-time. Perhaps no object in the universe has stirred the human imagination more than the black hole. The name alone evokes visions of a bottomless abyss, a place where all light disappears and every mystery is swallowed forever. In novels, films, and popular imagination, black holes are often portrayed as enormous cosmic vacuum cleaners, consuming everything that ventures too close. But like so many of nature's greatest wonders, the truth is far more subtle. Tonight, let every thought gradually become still. Together, we will step into one of the most mysterious realms science has ever explored, not to seek fear, but to appreciate the extraordinary beauty of space-time, gravity, and the profound laws that quietly hold the universe together. At the center of the Milky Way, about 26,000 light-years from Earth, lies a supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius A. Although the black hole itself emits no light, astronomers know it is there by watching the stars racing around an invisible point at astonishing speeds. It is like watching leaves whirl in the wind. You cannot see the wind itself, yet you know it is there. Black holes are much the same. We do not see the black hole itself. We see the traces it leaves upon the universe. One of the most common misconceptions is that a black hole behaves like a gigantic vacuum cleaner, pulling everything in the universe toward it. That is not how it works. If the sun could somehow be instantly replaced by a black hole of exactly the same mass, a purely hypothetical thought experiment, Earth would continue orbiting in almost exactly the same path. At that distance, gravity would remain unchanged, simply because the sun's mass had been compressed into a black hole. What makes a black hole extraordinary is not that it pulls more strongly from far away. It is what happens when you come close enough. Near the black hole, space-time becomes so intensely curved that once light crosses the event horizon, it can no longer escape. We usually imagine light traveling in straight lines. Across most of the universe, that is an excellent approximation. But near a black hole, light must follow curved paths, created by the distortion of space-time itself. There even exists a region called the photon sphere, where, in theory, light can orbit the black hole in nearly circular paths. Yet these orbits are extraordinarily unstable. The slightest disturbance causes a photon either to plunge inward or escape forever. How remarkable! Even light, the very thing we often regard as the symbol of freedom, must obey the laws of the universe. Sagittarius. A four is not unique. Today, astronomers believe that most large galaxies harbor a supermassive black hole at their centers. Some contain masses millions or even billions of times greater than our Sun. These black holes do not wander through space hunting stars. Instead, they quietly evolve alongside their galaxies for billions of years, shaping their surroundings through their immense gravitational influence. A completely dark object, helping define the structure of an entire galaxy. In 1974, the physicist Stephen Hawking proposed an idea that forever changed our understanding of black holes. By combining quantum mechanics with black hole physics, he showed that black holes may not be completely black after all. According to theory, they can emit an incredibly faint form of radiation now known as Hawking radiation. For black holes with astronomical masses, this radiation is far too weak to be detected directly using today's technology. Even so, Hawking's idea opened an entirely new path toward unifying the two great pillars of modern physics, general relativity and quantum mechanics. Sometimes, one small question is enough to transform humanity's understanding of the universe. Then, in 2015, humanity directly detected gravitational waves for the very first time, phenomena that Albert Einstein had predicted a century earlier. When two black holes orbit each other and eventually merge, they create ripples in the very fabric of space-time. Those ripples travel across the universe at the speed of light, carrying information about the cataclysmic event that produced them. It is difficult to imagine. Space is not merely the place where everything exists. Space itself can vibrate. That realization brings us back to one of the most elegant ideas in general relativity. Gravity is not an invisible rope pulling objects toward one another. Instead, matter and energy bend space-time itself. Planets, stars, and galaxies simply follow the natural paths within that curved geometry, like a marble rolling across a stretched sheet that has sagged beneath a heavy weight. The marble is not being pulled by an invisible hand. It is simply following the shape of the surface beneath it. Even gravity does not act instantaneously. If the sun were to disappear, a purely hypothetical example used only to illustrate the physics, both the last sunlight and the change in the sun's gravitational influence would take about 8 minutes and 20 seconds to reach Earth, because both propagate at the speed of light according to general relativity. The universe contains no truly instantaneous signals. Every piece of information takes time to travel. Remarkably, these ideas, which once seemed so abstract, quietly shape our everyday lives. The GPS navigation system works accurately only because the atomic clocks aboard its satellites are continuously corrected for the effects predicted by both special relativity and general relativity. Without those corrections, positioning errors would accumulate rapidly, growing to many kilometers in only a short time. Some theories begin as equations written upon paper and quietly become part of everyday life. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "The decisive question for man is he related to something infinite or not?" Jung was speaking about humanity's search for meaning and our relationship with something greater than the individual self. He was not writing about black holes, gravitational waves, or relativity. Yet beneath the night sky, his question seems to resonate with extraordinary depth. Black holes often make us think of darkness, but perhaps the greatest wonder is that, by studying darkness itself, humanity has come to understand more about light, space-time, and the deepest laws of nature. Perhaps the human soul possesses a similar beauty. Each of us carries unexplored regions, unnamed memories, and quiet places that seem dark at first. They are not necessarily places to fear. Sometimes, it is only by patiently looking into those shadows that we discover what truly illuminates our lives. And as night continues to gently embrace the sky, imagine Sagittarius A still resting quietly at the heart of the Milky Way, just as it has for billions of years. It gives off no light, yet it helps shape an entire galaxy. Perhaps our own lives are much the same. Not everything that matters is brilliant or easily seen. Sometimes it is the deepest silences, the unanswered questions, and the invisible forces within us that quietly bend the trajectory of an entire lifetime. Part 12. The earliest history of the universe. If every star has a childhood, every galaxy has a beginning, and every planet carries within it a story that unfolds over billions of years, then tonight our journey will take us farther back than ever before. We will return to a time before any star had begun to shine, before any planet circled a Sunday, before there was a sky, before there were eyes to gaze upon the universe. This was the earliest age of everything, a time when space, time, and matter themselves were still coming into being. For many years, people imagined the Big Bang as a colossal explosion erupting into empty space. According to modern cosmology, however, that picture is not quite accurate. The Big Bang was not a bomb exploding into a pre-existing universe. It was the earliest stage during which space itself began expanding, carrying matter and energy outward in every direction. There was no central point from which the explosion spread. There is no location in today's universe that can be called the place where every galaxy began moving away from. Space itself is what has been expanding. Perhaps this is one of the most beautiful ideas science has ever given us. The universe did not grow by expanding into a larger box. The box itself has been growing together with everything inside it. During the first moments after the Big Bang, temperatures were so unimaginably high that the atoms familiar to us today could not yet exist. The universe was an intensely hot ocean of fundamental particles and radiation constantly colliding with one another. Photons, the particles of light, could not travel freely because they were continually scattered by free electrons. Light already existed, but it could not yet journey through space. The universe resembled an impossibly dense fog, not because there was no light, but because light had not yet found its path. Time continued to flow. About 380,000 years after the Big Bang, the temperature had fallen to roughly 3,000 Kelvin. At that point, electrons began combining with protons to form the first neutral hydrogen atoms, while neutral helium also emerged during this era. Because photons were no longer scattered constantly by free electrons, they were finally able to travel almost freely throughout the cosmos. Cosmologists call this period recombination. From that moment onward, the universe became transparent. It was not the instant when someone switched on a lamp. It was the moment when the curtain covering the light was gently drawn aside. For the first time, light could begin its journey across billions of years. The remarkable truth is that some of those very photons still exist today. They have traveled for more than 13.8 billion years, passing through the birth of countless galaxies, witnessing the first stars ignite, watching supernovae explode and planets take shape, before finally reaching modern telescopes here on Earth. We call this ancient light the cosmic microwave background, or CMB. It is not the light of a star, nor the light of a galaxy. It is the lingering afterglow of the universe's own childhood. When it was first released, this radiation had a temperature of about 3,000 Kelvin. But because space itself has continued expanding for billions of years, its wavelength has been stretched dramatically. Today, it corresponds to a temperature of only about 2.7 Kelvin, placing it within the microwave region of the electromagnetic spectrum. Whenever scientists observe the cosmic microwave background, they are doing far more than measuring a physical signal. They are looking at the oldest picture humanity has ever seen. A photograph taken when the universe itself was only about 380,000 years old. How extraordinary. Humanity has never invented a camera capable of traveling backward through time. Yet light itself has done exactly that for us. The first atoms formed during this era consisted almost entirely of hydrogen and helium. They were astonishingly simple. Yet from that simplicity, gravity gradually gathered them into enormous clouds of gas. Over hundreds of millions of years, the first stars were born. Within those stars, heavier elements were forged. Generation after generation of stellar birth and death created carbon, oxygen, iron, and countless other elements. And eventually, from those first simple atoms, came forests, oceans, life, and even human beings quietly listening to this story on a peaceful night. What moves astronomers most deeply is not merely that the cosmic microwave background exists. It is that this ancient light is almost perfectly uniform in every direction across the sky. Only the tiniest fluctuations remain. Temperature differences of merely a few millionths of a degree, those almost imperceptible ripples, became the original seeds from which gravity slowly built galaxies, galaxy clusters, and the immense cosmic web we observe today. Sometimes, the smallest differences become the beginnings of the greatest things. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "In each of us there is another whom we do not know." Jung was speaking about the hidden depths of the inner life, the undiscovered parts of ourselves still waiting to be revealed. He was not writing about the Big Bang or the cosmic microwave background, yet through the language of symbolism, it is difficult not to sense a quiet resonance. There was once a time when light already existed, yet could not be seen. Not because it was absent, but because the conditions that would allow it to shine had not yet arrived. Perhaps the human soul is much the same. Within each of us lie abilities, qualities, and seeds of growth that quietly exist long before they become visible. Sometimes they cannot emerge immediately, not because they are unreal, but because life itself still needs time for the right conditions to take shape. Just as the universe required hundreds of thousands of years before light could travel freely, we too sometimes need many years of experience before the deepest parts of ourselves are finally able to speak. And as night continues to gently embrace the world, imagine that somewhere among the stars, photons that began their journey at the dawn of the universe are still traveling through space, carrying the story of the beginning. They bring no sound, they carry no words, they carry only the memory of light. Perhaps, like the deepest memories within every human soul, the oldest things never truly disappear. They simply wait for a moment quiet enough for us to recognize that, from the very beginning, light has always been part of the magnificent story we call the universe. Part 13. The Evolution of Galaxies. After traveling together to the very first moments of the universe when light was only beginning to find its way through the blazing fog of cosmic infancy, tonight our journey continues on an even grander scale. No longer is this the story of a single star or a single planet. It is the story of the great cities of the cosmos, the galaxies. If every star is a candle, then a galaxy is an entire sky filled with light. The Milky Way, home to our Sun and Earth, contains several 100 billion stars, along with countless planets, nebulae, star clusters, and vast clouds of gas and dust, stretching across more than 100,000 light-years. Yet even the Milky Way is only an ordinary member among the hundreds of billions of galaxies that populate the observable universe. The remarkable truth is that galaxies did not appear fully formed. They, too, had a childhood. They grew, they evolved, and they continue to change with time. Modern observations show that most galaxies grow through a remarkably slow process known as galactic merger. Under the influence of gravity, smaller galaxies gradually drift toward one another. Over hundreds of millions or even billions of years, they begin to interact. Their spiral arms stretch and twist. Their clouds of gas become disturbed, and eventually they merge into a single, larger galaxy. What is truly surprising is that during these colossal collisions, individual stars almost never crash into one another. The distances separating them are simply too vast. What truly collides are the immense clouds of gas, the gravitational fields, and the overall structures of the galaxies themselves, a merger of unimaginable proportions, taking place in profound silence. Our own Milky Way is following that very path. About 2.5 million light-years away lies the Andromeda Galaxy, the nearest large spiral galaxy to our own. Precise measurements show that Andromeda is moving toward the Milky Way at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per second. In about 4 to 5 billion years, the two galaxies will begin to merge. It sounds like a cosmic catastrophe, yet reality is far gentler. Because the stars are separated by such immense distances, the chance that our Sun will collide directly with another star is extraordinarily small. Instead, the night sky of the distant future will slowly transform. Rivers of stars will stretch, curve, and gradually blend together in a celestial dance lasting billions of years. If anyone is still standing on a planet to witness that sky, they may behold one of the most magnificent sights any civilization could ever see. Yet there is another thought that fascinates astronomers. With each passing year, studying the distant universe will gradually become more difficult. The reason lies in the expansion of space itself. In 1929, Edwin Hubble discovered that most galaxies are moving away from us. As space expands, the wavelengths of their light are stretched, shifting their colors toward the red end of the spectrum. This phenomenon is known as cosmological redshift. It is not because galaxies are racing through a motionless universe. It is because the space between them is continually growing larger. Imagine tiny dots drawn upon the surface of a balloon. As the balloon inflates, every dot sees every other dot moving farther away. No dot is the center. Only the surface itself is expanding. Even more surprising, astronomers discovered near the end of the 20th century that the universe's expansion is not slowing down. as many had once expected. Instead, it is accelerating. To explain this astonishing observation, scientists use the concept of dark energy, a mysterious component that appears to account for about 68% of the universe's total energy density. To this day, the true nature of dark energy remains unknown. We recognize its presence only through the way it influences the expansion of space. One of the strangest truths in modern science is that the thing comprising most of the universe is something we still do not understand. Nor is dark energy our only great mystery. Dark matter remains equally enigmatic. The stars within galaxies orbit far faster than can be explained by the visible matter alone. Observations of gravitational lensing and the formation of large-scale cosmic structures likewise suggest that there must exist a form of matter that neither emits, absorbs, nor reflects light, yet still exerts gravity. Scientists call it dark matter. According to current cosmological models, dark matter makes up about 27% of the universe's total energy density. That means every star, every planet, every human being, and every galaxy we can see together account for only a very small fraction of the complete cosmic picture. Perhaps the most astonishing truth is not that the universe is unimaginably vast. It is that we still know so little about it. On even larger scales, galaxies are not scattered randomly through space. They gather into clusters, superclusters, and enormous filaments stretching across hundreds of millions of light years, forming an immense structure known as the cosmic web. Between these filaments lie enormous cosmic voids where very few galaxies exist. Seen from far enough away, the universe resembles an intricate web, or even the branching network of neurons inside a brain. These two structures are not physically alike, nor did they arise in the same way. Yet the visual resemblance has left many people marveling at the beauty nature creates across completely different scales. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, "The individual is not only a single, separate being, but, by his very existence, presupposes a collective relationship." Jung was speaking about the social and psychological nature of human existence. He believed that every individual exists within relationships, extending far beyond the self. He was not writing about galaxies or the cosmic web, yet through the language of symbolism, it is difficult not to sense a meaningful resonance. No galaxy is truly alone. Every galaxy is influenced by the gravity of others. Every movement contributes to the architecture of the universe itself. Perhaps the same is true for us. We often imagine ourselves as separate individuals, yet every life is woven from countless connections. Family, friends, memories, love, chance encounters, and even the people who pass through our lives only briefly. Just as galaxies grow through encounters and mergers spanning billions of years, the human soul is also enlarged through quiet connections that we may not even notice as they happen. And as night continues to gently settle across the sky, imagine Andromeda still making its silent journey toward the Milky Way, keeping an appointment billions of years in the making. Across the cosmic web, galaxies continue their endless motion while space itself quietly expands. Perhaps the deepest beauty of the universe lies not in permanence, but in movement, in connection, in countless parts coming together to write a story greater than any single one could ever tell alone. And perhaps it is within that vast network of connections that we discover our own small, yet deeply meaningful place among the stars. Part 14. The immense structure of the universe. Tonight, our journey will carry us farther than on any night before. No longer will we focus on a single star, a single planet, or even a single galaxy. Instead, we will step back and behold the vast tapestry the universe has been quietly weaving for nearly 14 billion years. If Earth is a grain of sand, if the Milky Way is an island, then the universe is an endless ocean, where hundreds of billions of islands of light drift silently through an immeasurable sea of space. Every galaxy has its own unique form. Some are spiral galaxies, their graceful arms curving around brilliant central cores, much like our own Milky Way. Others are elliptical galaxies, round or oval in shape, where gas and dust have become too scarce to give birth to many new stars. Still others possess no clear form at all, their structures reshaped by ancient interactions and collisions. Nature never seems to repeat itself. It creates with the same laws, yet gives rise to endlessly different forms. Among them, elliptical galaxies possess a beauty all their own. Their dramatic spiral arms have long since disappeared. Their brilliant star-forming regions have faded. Their light comes chiefly from ancient stars that have endured for billions of years. They move within structures that are quieter and more stable, as though, after all the turbulence of youth, an entire galaxy has entered a season of calm maturity. Perhaps even galaxies have their youth and their adulthood, yet not every galaxy lives in quiet stillness. Billions of light years away, astronomers observe objects so extraordinarily luminous that they outshine the entire galaxies that contain them. These are quasars. For decades, quasars were among astronomy's greatest mysteries. Today we understand that most quasars are young galaxies whose supermassive black holes are consuming matter at astonishing rates. As gas and dust spiral into the accretion disk surrounding the black hole, friction heats the material to extraordinary temperatures, releasing tremendous amounts of energy. The fascinating truth is this: it is not the black hole itself that shines. It is the matter on its way toward it. In many quasars and other active galaxies, enormous streams of matter are also launched outward from the regions surrounding the black hole. Known as relativistic jets, these streams consist of charged particles traveling at speeds close to that of light, extending thousands or even millions of light-years beyond their host galaxies. A completely dark object can help create some of the brightest structures in the universe. It is one of nature's most beautiful paradoxes. As modern telescopes peer ever farther into space, they also look ever deeper into the past. Because light requires time to cross the immense distances of the cosmos, observing a galaxy 10 billion light-years away means seeing it as it existed 10 billion years ago. Through these observations, astronomers have discovered some of the earliest galaxies, appearing only a few 100 million years after the Big Bang. They were smaller, richer in gas, and experiencing extraordinary bursts of star formation. They are like the opening chapters of the great book called the universe. Galaxies also do not live in isolation. Under the influence of gravity, they gather into galaxy clusters, and those clusters, in turn, become part of enormous superclusters. A single cluster may contain hundreds or even thousands of galaxies, along with vast reservoirs of hot gas and enormous quantities of dark matter holding the entire system together. Viewed on that scale, an individual galaxy is little more than a single house within an immense city. Yet between these cosmic cities lie regions that are almost empty. Cosmologists call them cosmic voids. These enormous regions span tens to hundreds of millions of light-years, containing remarkably few galaxies. They are not completely empty, but their matter density is dramatically lower than that of the surrounding universe. It is precisely the contrast between dense galaxy clusters and immense cosmic voids that gives the large-scale universe its extraordinary beauty. Just as in music, silence is every bit as important as sound. To this day, humanity has observed only a portion of the entire universe. That region is known as the observable universe, extending to a radius of about 46.5 billion light-years from Earth, in every direction. This limit does not exist because the universe ends there. Rather, light from more distant regions has simply not had enough time to reach us since the Big Bang, which also means, beyond our cosmic horizon, there may be countless wonders we have never seen. According to today's cosmological models, space itself may extend far beyond the portion we can observe. Current evidence does not allow us to determine whether the entire universe is finite or infinite. Both possibilities remain under consideration within different physical models. Perhaps the most beautiful thing about science is its willingness to say, with complete honesty, we still do not know, because space expands in nearly the same way in every direction. The standard model of cosmology contains no center of the universe. There is no privileged point from which all galaxies are moving away. An observer in any galaxy would see distant galaxies, on average, receding because space itself is expanding. That realization completely changes how we see our own place in existence. We do not live at the center, nor do we live at the edge. We are simply one part of something vastly greater. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Iron, researches into the phenomenology of the self. The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference, which embraces both conscious and unconscious. Jung was speaking about the self, the symbol of psychological wholeness in analytical psychology. He was not writing about the structure of the universe or the architecture of galaxies. Yet, through the language of symbolism, his words invite a quiet reflection. Human beings spend much of life searching for a center, a place of absolute safety, a final answer, or a foundation that never changes. But the universe seems to tell a different story. It exists in remarkable harmony without requiring a physical center. Order arises not from a privileged position, but from the relationships among countless parts existing together. Perhaps the human soul is much the same. Maturity does not come from placing the ego at the center of everything. It comes when we become open enough to recognize that we are always part of something larger. Our families, humanity, nature, and the universe itself. Just as galaxies unite to form immense clusters, every encounter, every memory, and every experience quietly helps shape the person we are becoming. And as night continues to spread gently across the sky, imagine hundreds of billions of galaxies still moving through a universe that never ceases to expand. Between brilliant clusters and vast cosmic voids, there is no single center and no final edge. There is only an immense symphony of space and time, still unfolding. Perhaps, like the human soul itself, the deepest beauty is not found in discovering the center of everything, but in realizing that we have always belonged to a greater whole, more mysterious, more beautiful, and far more meaningful than our eyes alone could ever perceive. Part 15. Worlds beyond the solar system. After journeying together through immense galaxies, vast cosmic voids, and the invisible web connecting hundreds of billions of islands of light, tonight we embark on a voyage that feels a little closer to the human imagination. We are leaving the solar system, the home that has nurtured life for more than 4 billion years, to visit worlds that quietly circle distant stars. Perhaps ever since humanity first looked up at the night sky, one question has accompanied us through every generation. Could there be another world like Earth? Today, science offers an answer that is both humble and extraordinary. Yes, astronomers call them exoplanets, planets that orbit stars beyond our solar system. Since the first exoplanet orbiting a sun-like star was confirmed in 1995, humanity has discovered thousands of new worlds, and that number continues to grow as increasingly powerful telescopes explore the cosmos. What is truly remarkable is this: our solar system may not be the only kind of planetary system nature creates. Among these distant worlds are planets that orbit 2 suns at the same time. If you could stand upon the surface of such a planet, assuming it possessed solid ground and suitable conditions, you might witness 2 sunrises, 2 sunsets, or both stars shining together above the horizon, a sight that generations of people once believed belonged only to science fiction. Yet nature created such worlds long before we imagined them. Not every planet resembles Earth. Some are enormous gas giants, known as hot Jupiters. They possess masses comparable to or even greater than that of Jupiter, yet orbit astonishingly close to their parent stars, completing an entire year in only a matter of days. Their extreme proximity raises atmospheric temperatures to thousands of degrees, heating their clouds until their skies become places of extraordinary violence. Nothing like them exists within our own solar system. Nature always finds ways to exceed our imagination. Some exoplanets become so intensely heated that their surface or atmospheric temperatures exceed those of the smallest red dwarf stars. This does not mean the planets generate light through nuclear fusion as stars do. Rather, they receive such overwhelming amounts of radiation from their nearby host stars that their surfaces and atmospheres are heated to astonishing temperatures. There are places where both day and night burn with relentless fire, where no oceans like ours could ever exist. On planets such as HD 189733b, atmospheric models and spectroscopic observations suggest that glass rain may occur. Tiny silicate particles condense high in the atmosphere before being swept sideways by winds reaching thousands of kilometers per hour. A rainstorm, not of water, but of razor-sharp shards of glass. Elsewhere, scientists have identified remarkably dense planets, such as 55 Cancri e. Years ago, researchers proposed that its carbon-rich composition might allow enormous quantities of diamond to form within its interior. Today, newer models suggest that the planet's composition is likely far more complex, meaning the idea of an entire diamond planet remains an intriguing hypothesis rather than an established fact. Perhaps the most important point is not whether the entire planet truly consists of diamond. It is that nature continually reminds us the universe is capable of possibilities far beyond anything humanity has imagined. Not every world is dry and barren. Some theoretical models predict the existence of ocean worlds, where water may cover nearly the entire surface or extend hundreds of kilometers deep before transforming into high-pressure forms of ice far below. Imagine such a place. A planet with almost no continents, only one endless ocean, reflecting the light of a distant and unfamiliar sun. Among these remarkable worlds is a special category known as super-Earths. The name refers only to their size or mass larger than Earth, yet smaller than Neptune. It does not imply that they resemble Earth in habitability. Some may be rocky worlds. Some may contain enormous amounts of water. Others may possess dense atmospheres and extraordinarily hostile temperatures. Perhaps even worlds that share the same name still carry entirely different stories. Then there are the rogue planets. They orbit no star at all. Many may have been ejected from their original planetary systems through gravitational interactions with other planets or neighboring stars early in their histories. Since then, they have wandered silently through the darkness between the stars. No sunrise, no sunset, a journey without a destination, without a sun to call home. Yet the greatest question humanity continues to ask remains unchanged. Could life exist somewhere beyond Earth? One of the most promising places scientists investigate today is the family of planets orbiting red dwarf stars. Red dwarfs are the most common type of star in the Milky Way. Because they are smaller and cooler than our Sun, the region where liquid water might exist, the habitable zone, lies much closer to the star. That creates both hope and formidable challenges. Such planets may endure powerful stellar radiation, intense stellar winds, or become tidally locked, with one hemisphere forever facing its star, while the other remains in perpetual darkness. To this day, we still do not know whether somewhere out there another living world truly exists. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Jung was speaking about meaning in human life. He was not writing about exoplanets or the possibility of life beyond Earth. Yet, through the language of symbolism, his words invite a gentle reflection. Human beings have always been drawn toward what lies far away. Strange planets, other sun, galaxies we have never reached. But perhaps what we seek is not merely another place to explore. Perhaps we are searching for the answer to an even deeper question. Whether life, whether consciousness, whether the longing to love and to understand belongs only to Earth. Perhaps that search reveals something profoundly human. We continue lifting our eyes toward the heavens because somewhere deep within us, we long to know that we are not alone in the universe. Yet even if science someday discovers unmistakable signs of life on a distant world, the greatest treasure will remain unchanged. Our ability to feel wonder, to ask questions, and to cherish the extraordinary gift of life already present here on our own blue planet. And as night continues to gently settle across the sky, imagine that beyond our solar system, billions of worlds are still quietly circling unfamiliar stars. Some greet the dawn beneath two suns. Some endure storms of falling glass. Some are covered by endless oceans. Some wander alone through eternal darkness without ever knowing a sunrise. Every planet tells a different story, just as every human life is uniquely its own. And perhaps the greatest beauty of the universe is not that we have found every answer, but that there are still countless mysteries inviting the human heart to keep looking upward. With curiosity, with humility, and with hope. Part 16. The machines that help humanity see farther. After journeying together across immense galaxies, mysterious black holes, and distant worlds orbiting other stars, you may naturally find yourself asking a simple question: how do we know all of this? How can humanity speak about galaxies billions of light years away, the atmospheres of planets we have never visited, or tiny objects quietly drifting along the outer edges of the solar system? The answer lies not only in human intelligence, it also lies in our machines. Machines built not to conquer the universe, but to learn how to listen to it. Perhaps never before in history has humanity possessed a pair of eyes as powerful as the James Webb Space Telescope. Orbiting the Sun near the Lagrange L2 point, about 1.5 million kilometers from Earth, James Webb observes the universe primarily in infrared light. This allows it to see through the dense clouds of dust where stars are born and to detect light from some of the earliest galaxies, light whose wavelengths have been stretched by the expansion of the universe. The first images James Webb returned left millions of people around the world speechless, not because they were simply beautiful, but because they revealed that the universe is far deeper than we had ever imagined. Yet James Webb does much more than take pictures. One of its most extraordinary abilities is analyzing the atmospheres of exoplanets. When a planet passes in front of its host star, an incredibly small portion of the starlight filters through the planet's atmosphere before reaching the telescope. By studying which wavelengths are absorbed, scientists can detect the presence of molecules such as water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, and many others. It is astonishing. We have never touched those distant worlds. Yet we have already learned to read the signatures written into their atmospheres, like recognizing someone's presence simply by the sound of their breathing. Many years before James Webb, another image forever changed humanity's view of its place in the universe. In 1995, the Hubble Space Telescope was pointed toward a tiny region of sky that appeared almost completely empty. For many consecutive days, Hubble patiently gathered every faint photon it could find. The result became known as the Hubble Deep Field. Within that tiny patch of darkness, thousands of galaxies suddenly appeared, each containing billions of stars. What had once seemed to be empty space became an ocean of light. Sometimes, we fail to see something, not because it is absent, but because we have not yet looked with enough patience. Not every secret of the universe shines in visible light. Many celestial objects emit only radio waves. That is why humanity has built enormous radio telescopes, their giant parabolic dishes stretching across quiet deserts and high plateaus. They listen for faint signals from clouds of hydrogen, pulsars, active galaxies, and countless other phenomena. invisible to the human eye. If optical telescopes are like our eyes, then radio telescopes are like our ears. The universe does not speak only through light. It has echoes as well. Some machines do not remain still to observe. They deliberately venture into the most dangerous places imaginable. The Parker Solar Probe is one of them. This remarkable spacecraft repeatedly flies closer to the Sun than any spacecraft before it, passing directly through the Sun's outer atmosphere, the corona, to study its magnetic fields, the solar wind, and the origins of high-energy particles. Although the surrounding environment reaches temperatures of millions of degrees, the spacecraft's scientific instruments continue operating safely behind an extraordinary heat shield. Humanity has not approached the Sunday to challenge nature. We have drawn nearer to understand it. While Parker races toward the light, another spacecraft quietly journeys into the darkness between the stars. That spacecraft is Voyager 1. Launched in 1977, Voyager 1 has traveled farther than any human-made object in history. Today, it has crossed beyond the heliosphere and continues its journey through interstellar space. Its radio signals now require more than a full day to reach Earth. Inside that small spacecraft rests the Golden Record, a collection of sounds, images, music, and greetings in many of humanity's languages. Perhaps it is a message in a bottle, cast into the greatest ocean humanity has ever known. On the opposite frontier of the solar system, New Horizons gave us our first close-up views of Pluto in 2015. A world that had once appeared as nothing more than a tiny point of light suddenly revealed vast plains of nitrogen ice, towering mountains of water ice, and landscapes filled with astonishing geological complexity. A world we thought we already knew became entirely new. Humanity has not only learned to observe from afar, we have also begun bringing tiny pieces of the universe home. Missions such as Hayabusa 2 and OSIRIS-REx successfully collected samples from asteroids and returned them to laboratories on Earth. Within those tiny grains of dust may lie materials preserved almost unchanged since the birth of the solar system, helping scientists understand how planets formed and how the earliest organic compounds first appeared. Sometimes, a single grain of dust can tell a story spanning billions of years. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, "Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also." Jung was speaking about the growth of human understanding. He believed that knowledge is built not only upon what is correct, but also upon mistakes, experiments, and the limitations we gradually learn to overcome. He was not writing about telescopes or space probes, yet through the language of symbolism, it is difficult not to recognize a meaningful parallel. Every machine humanity sends into space is an extension of our eyes, our ears, and our curiosity. They do not replace us. They simply help us see farther, listen more carefully, and become more humble before all that we still do not know. Perhaps the journey inward is much the same. No one can see the whole of themselves in a single moment. We need time. We need observation. We need experience. And sometimes, even failure, to understand who we truly are. Just as James Webb must patiently gather the faintest rays of light from the earliest age of the universe, the human soul also needs stillness to recognize the truths that have always been present, yet were too delicate to notice at first. And as night continues to gently embrace the sky, imagine that somewhere beyond the endless darkness, Voyager 1 is still quietly carrying Earth's greeting into the cosmos. Parker Solar Probe continues its daring journey around the Sunday. James Webb keeps collecting photons that began their voyage billions of years ago, and ancient grains of dust from distant asteroids continue telling the story of the solar system's dawn. Perhaps these remarkable machines do more than help us see farther into the universe. Perhaps they remind us that humanity's greatest achievement is not building extraordinary instruments, but never ceasing to ask questions. never ceasing to learn, and never losing our sense of wonder before the infinite beauty of the night sky. Part 17. The search for life beyond Earth. Long before humanity built the first telescopes, long before we understood that Earth is only a small planet orbiting the Sunday, one question had already begun quietly growing within the hearts of countless generations. Could it be that we are alone in the universe? This is not merely a question of astronomy. It is also a deeply human question, for when we look up at a sky filled with stars on a peaceful night, we are not only seeing the light of distant worlds, we are also seeing our longing to connect, to understand, and to know that life, the most fragile gift we have ever encountered, may not have blossomed on only one planet. Today, science no longer searches for aliens in the way movies often imagine them. Scientists are searching for something far more modest. They are searching for signs of life. In astronomy, these signs are known as biosignatures. They are not direct evidence that living organisms exist. Rather, they are chemical or physical signals that may suggest biological processes are taking place on a distant world. It is an approach built upon great caution, because science does not begin with certainty. Science begins with questions. How can we possibly know what is happening on a planet located tens, hundreds, or even thousands of light years from Earth? The answer, once again, is light. When an exoplanet passes in front of its host star, a tiny fraction of the starlight travels through the planet's atmosphere before reaching telescopes such as the James Webb Space Telescope. During that journey, molecules within the atmosphere absorb very specific wavelengths of light. Using spectroscopy, astronomers can identify the atmosphere's chemical composition without ever setting foot on that distant world. It is like listening to a symphony, simply to recognize which instruments are playing. Among the many molecules scientists study, oxygen, methane, and water vapor receive particular attention when discussing the possibility of life. Here on Earth, most of the oxygen in our atmosphere is produced through photosynthesis carried out by living organisms. Methane can likewise be generated by many microorganisms, although it can also arise through geological processes unrelated to life. Water vapor, meanwhile, suggests the presence of water in gaseous form and offers clues about a planet's water cycle. Yet one fact remains critically important. None of these substances, by itself, is enough to prove that life exists. A planet with oxygen may have no living organisms. A planet with methane may also be lifeless. Even water, the precious condition we know so well, is not the final answer. What excites scientists most is the possibility of finding multiple biosignatures together. For example, if a planet possessed substantial amounts of both oxygen and methane in its atmosphere, that would be an especially intriguing discovery. These two gases naturally react with one another, meaning they generally require continuous replenishment to coexist over long periods. Even then, however, scientists would carefully investigate every possible natural explanation before considering the possibility of life. That is the beauty of science. It does not rush. It does not reach conclusions too quickly. It always leaves room for humility. To this day, humanity still possesses no confirmed evidence of life beyond Earth. Yet that does not make the search any less meaningful. Quite the opposite. Every new telescope, every more precise instrument, every newly discovered exoplanet brings that question just a little closer. The James Webb Space Telescope has already begun analyzing the atmospheres of numerous exoplanets with an unprecedented level of detail. In the future, a new generation of observatories, both on Earth and in space, will be capable of studying smaller, cooler planets with conditions more similar to our own world. Those advances may allow us to detect subtle biosignatures that remain beyond our reach today. Perhaps that day will come. Perhaps it still lies far ahead. But the journey has already begun. The most precious thing is not that science promises to answer every question. It is that science continually opens the door to new ones. Each time humanity believes it understands the universe a little better, the universe gently reveals another doorway. Like the horizon, the closer you walk toward it, the farther it expands. Perhaps the greatest wonder does not lie in what we already know. It lies in how much still remains to be discovered. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Jung was speaking about meaning in human life. He was not writing about exoplanets or biosignatures. Yet through the language of symbolism, his words offer a gentle perspective on humanity's search for life beyond Earth. What humanity seeks is not merely a molecule of oxygen, not merely a trace of methane, not merely a drop of water on a distant planet. Perhaps what we are truly searching for is meaning, the hope that life is not a solitary miracle scattered across an endless sea of stars. And perhaps, even if one day we discover compelling evidence of a biosignature on some distant world, that discovery will not make Earth any less extraordinary. Quite the opposite. It may teach us to cherish our own planet even more, because we will understand that life, wherever it appears, is the result of an unimaginably long, delicate, and precious journey. And as night continues to gently embrace the sky, imagine that somewhere far away, orbiting a faint and distant star, there may be a planet whose light has only just begun its long voyage toward us after passing through its atmosphere. Perhaps that light carries nothing unusual, or perhaps it carries a story humanity has never before heard. Whatever the final answer may be, the search itself reminds us that humanity's greatest beauty lies not only in our ability to explore the universe, but in our willingness to keep our hearts open to the unknown, with curiosity, with humility, and with a quiet hope that never fades. Part 18. Our place in the universe. And so, our journey tonight is slowly drawing to its final moments. Perhaps when this story began, you simply wanted to hear a few fascinating thoughts about the night sky before drifting off to sleep. But then, chapter by chapter, the universe quietly unfolded before us. Together, we traveled back to the very first moments of the cosmos, when space and time themselves emerged from the event science calls the Big Bang. We witnessed the oldest light in existence, still quietly journeying across nearly 14 billion years before reaching humanity's telescopes. We watched the first clouds of gas collapse into stars. Then, generation after generation of stars were born, lived, shone, and ended their lives in magnificent supernova explosions, leaving behind the elements that would one day become planets, oceans, and even our own bodies. Together, we journeyed through the solar system, past frozen worlds, past moons that carry the promise of hidden oceans, past comets quietly returning after tens of thousands of years. Then we traveled beyond the Milky Way, to spiral galaxies, elliptical galaxies, brilliant quasars, supermassive black holes, and the immense cosmic web connecting hundreds of billions of galaxies like invisible threads woven into the great fabric of space. We visited worlds beyond the solar system, planets with 2 suns, storms of falling glass, endless oceans, wandering planets with no star to call home. And finally, we looked through the eyes of James Webb, Hubble, Voyager, and the Parker Solar Probe, allowing us to see farther, deeper, and listen more carefully to the story the universe has been quietly telling for billions of years. At last, we arrive at a question, perhaps the greatest question of all. Who are we? Amid all of this, if the nearly 14 billion year history of the universe were compressed into a single calendar year, the entire history of human civilization would appear only during the final seconds before midnight on New Year's Eve. The lifetime of each one of us, measured on that same cosmic clock, would be little more than the blink of an eye. At first, that thought may make us feel very small, yet within it lies something profoundly beautiful. Because no matter how small we may be, we are still part of that story. The carbon atoms within your body were forged inside stars that died long before Earth itself was born. The calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, and the oxygen in every breath are gifts left behind by generations of ancient stars. In a very real sense, we are children of the stars, and while you are listening to these words, the universe has never stopped moving. Earth continues spinning upon its axis at roughly 1,600 kilometers per hour at the equator. It continues its journey around the Sunday. The Sun continues orbiting the center of the Milky Way. The Milky Way continues moving toward Andromeda. Galaxies continue drifting through expanding space. New stars continue to be born. Others quietly come to the ends of their lives. Light continues its endless journey. Whether anyone is there to see it or not, everything is in motion. Yet strangely, within a universe that never stands still, human beings have always searched for peace. Perhaps peace is not found when everything stops. Perhaps it comes when we stop resisting the natural flow of life. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Throughout this journey, we have continually lifted our eyes toward the heavens, to distant galaxies and the mysteries of space. But Jung reminds us that every outward journey can become an invitation to look inward. He was not writing about stars or cosmology. Yet through the language of symbolism, the night sky seems to reflect something deeply human. The more we understand how small we are, the more humility we discover. The more we recognize ourselves as part of the universe, the more fully we learn to live within the present moment. Perhaps that is the greatest gift the night sky offers us. Not its enormous numbers, not its incomprehensible distances measured in billions of light years, but its quiet ability to teach us how to let go. To let go of the feeling that we must control everything. To let go of yesterday's worries, tomorrow's burdens, and all the things we cannot yet change. The night is still wonderfully quiet. Beyond your window, the stars continue shining softly, though many of them began sending their light long before human history was ever written. The sky is never in a hurry. Neither is the universe. It simply continues moving according to its own timeless laws, just as it has for billions of years. And perhaps, tonight, you do not need to hurry either. Let your eyes close gently. Let your breathing become slower. Let every thought dissolve like thin clouds drifting across the night sky. If today has been a long day, you have done enough. If there are still things left unfinished, they will still be there when morning returns. For now, the only thing you need to do is allow yourself to rest, to be at peace, to drift into sleep beneath a sky filled with stars, where every ray of light quietly whispers that you are part of a story far greater than yourself. And that is precisely what makes your own existence so precious. Thank you for joining me on this journey from the first moments of the Big Bang to the farthest reaches of the observable universe. If these stories have brought you even a little peace, a little wonder, and a gentler way of seeing both the universe and yourself, I invite you to subscribe to the channel and join me for future journeys. There are still countless mysteries of nature, science, and the human soul waiting for us to explore together. But for now, I wish you a peaceful night. May you sleep deeply, and may your dreams carry you once again among the stars. With a heart that is light, peaceful, and filled with hope. Good night. Have you ever wondered what allows a human being to endure through thousands of years of history, preserving not only a face and strands of hair, but even the smallest traces of a life once lived? What transformed the bodies resting beneath the golden sands of ancient Egypt into more than archaeological remains, into silent witnesses, patiently telling the story of a magnificent civilization that disappeared long ago? And if we were to listen very carefully, very quietly, might these mummies still be whispering something to us about life, death, and the deeply human desire to be remembered? Tonight, as the sounds of the world gradually fade into silence, we begin a very special journey together, not to search for mysterious curses or the thrilling legends so often found in movies, but to step into the true world of the mummies of ancient Egypt, where modern science meets sacred belief, where every strip of linen, every tiny amulet, and every ancient tomb preserves stories that are profoundly human. For more than 3,000 years, the ancient Egyptians devoted astonishing care and precision to preparing for death. Yet to them, death was never the end. It was simply the doorway to another journey. That belief gave rise to one of the most extraordinary traditions in human history, the art of mummification. Today, thanks to CT scanning, DNA analysis, and remarkable advances in archaeology, mummies are no longer seen merely as extraordinarily well-preserved human remains. They have become living archives, revealing stories of health, family, occupation, disease, faith, and even the hopes and dreams of people who lived thousands of years before us. Carl Gustav Jung believed that ancient civilizations leave behind more than monuments and artifacts. They also leave symbols capable of touching the deepest layers of the human soul across every generation. When we look upon these mummies, we are not simply seeing preserved bodies. We are encountering an enduring symbol of humanity's longing to transcend the limits of mortality, of our desire to continue existing in the memory of the world. Perhaps that is why, even after thousands of years, the faces resting beneath layers of linen still cause us to pause, to grow quiet, and to ask ourselves, what truly remains after a human life has come to an end? In tonight's video, we will explore 100 fascinating facts about the mummies of ancient Egypt. Together, we will uncover the secrets hidden within the 70-day mummification process, the treasures buried alongside the pharaohs, protective amulets, animal mummies, and the extraordinary discoveries of modern science that have allowed us to read stories time itself seemed to have buried forever. Each chapter will open a new window not only into the history of ancient Egypt, but also into the human condition and the timeless questions we continue to carry throughout our own lives. Welcome to Stories for Sleep, where history, archaeology, and the hidden depths of the human mind come together through a symbolic perspective, inspired by Carl Gustav Jung. If you enjoyed gentle, thoughtful stories that help you relax before sleep while offering fresh ways of seeing the world, I invite you to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you won't miss our future journeys together. Now, adjust your pillow until you are completely comfortable. Take one slow, gentle breath. Allow the worries of the day to quietly drift away. And let the moonlight, the stars, and the whispering desert wind carry us backward through time to the land of the pharaohs, where the pyramids still stand against the endless sands, and where the mummies have waited in silence for thousands of years, simply to tell us their story. Part 1. The mysterious world of ancient Egyptian mummies. Tonight, as the sounds of a long day gradually fade away and darkness gently settles over the world, allow your mind to slow down. Take a deep, unhurried breath, and imagine that we are walking together across the endless golden sands of ancient Egypt. In the distance, the Nile River continues its quiet journey, just as it has for thousands of years. The Great Pyramids still stand against the desert winds, unmoving, like faithful guardians of time itself. Beneath their immense stone walls lie silent chambers, where men and women who lived more than 3,000 years ago continue their long and peaceful sleep. For many people, the word mummy immediately brings to mind mysterious curses, ancient legends, or dramatic scenes from adventure films. But tonight, we will follow a different path. We will listen to history at a slower pace, a gentler pace, because beneath those time-worn layers of linen lies nothing frightening. Instead, there are profoundly human stories. Stories of love for family, hope for the future, fear of life's ending, and, above all, the enduring desire to continue existing after the final breath has been taken. In ancient Egyptian civilization, a mummy was never simply a preserved body. It was the result of an extraordinarily complex system of beliefs, carefully developed and maintained over thousands of years. To the ancient Egyptians, a human being was far more than flesh and bone. They believed that every individual also possessed a soul, a life force, an identity, and other invisible aspects of existence, all of which needed to be preserved so that the journey into the next world could continue in its fullness. For that reason, preserving the body was not an attempt to resist nature. It was an expression of a profound belief that life did not end when death arrived. That idea may seem surprising today. In the modern world, death is often viewed as the final destination of life's journey. But to the ancient Egyptians, it was more like the moment the sun disappeared below the horizon, only to rise again with the following dawn. They observed the rhythms of nature, the annual flooding of the Nile, the changing seasons, the steady path of the sun across the sky. From these cycles, they came to believe that every ending carries within it the seed of a new beginning. Death, therefore, was not an ending. It was a passage into another form of existence. It was this belief that gave rise to one of the most remarkable and enduring traditions in human history, the art of mummification. For centuries, priests, artisans, and ritual specialists devoted many weeks to preparing a body for eternal life. Every strip of linen wrapped around the deceased carried a prayer. Every drop of fragrant resin became a blessing for peace. Every small amulet placed with care held the hope that the departed would be protected along the journey ahead. Seen through modern eyes, we may describe these as religious rituals, but if we listen with our hearts, we discover something even deeper. They were expressions of love, of respect for life itself. The ancient Egyptians did not preserve the body simply because they feared loss. They did so because they believed every human being deserved to continue their journey, even after leaving the visible world behind. What is truly remarkable is that, after thousands of years, these same mummies have begun an entirely new journey, not into the realm of the gods, as the ancient Egyptians imagined, but into the laboratories of modern science, where researchers are gradually uncovering secrets that time itself seemed to have buried forever. Today, archaeologists no longer need to unwrap every layer of linen to study a mummy. CT scanning, three-dimensional imaging, DNA analysis, and modern chemical techniques allow scientists to look inside ancient bodies without causing damage to these priceless remains. As a result, every mummy has become an extraordinary biological archive. Worn teeth shaped by desert sand, healed fractures that speak of old injuries, blood vessels carrying traces of disease, even the last surviving strands of hair. Together, they tell the story of someone who once loved, worked, suffered, and hoped. It is astonishing to think that a span of more than 3,000 years can seem to disappear through nothing more than the heartbeat of human curiosity. Each mummy is no longer an anonymous artifact, resting silently behind museum glass. Each was once a child cherished by loving parents, a mother caring for her family, a craftsman, a government official, or a powerful pharaoh. They once gazed upon the same star-filled sky above the desert. They once felt the cool breeze rising from the Nile. And they believed that, if they were prepared with care, they would continue living in another world. Perhaps that is what continues to fascinate us about Egyptian mummies today. Not because they are mysterious, but because they remind us that even across thousands of years, human beings have carried remarkably similar hopes. We all long to be loved, to be remembered, to leave some trace of ourselves within this vast world, and to believe that our lives possess a meaning greater than the limits of time. Tonight is only the beginning. Ahead of us await many more stories. The 70-day mummification process, small but deeply meaningful protective amulets, the lives of legendary pharaohs, the hidden secrets of the Valley of the Kings, and the astonishing discoveries of modern science that have finally allowed the mummies to speak after thousands of years of silence. So, as the night grows quieter still, allow every thought to gently settle. Let the whispering desert wind, the timeless flow of the Nile, and these ancient stories carry your mind backward through time. Together, we will explore not only the history of Egyptian mummies, but also a profound chapter in the history of humanity itself, where faith, memory, and the longing to transcend death have connected countless generations across thousands of years. Part 2. Beliefs about the soul and eternal life. As night gradually settles over the golden sands of ancient Egypt, and moonlight quietly reflects upon the gentle waters of the Nile, the ancient Egyptians did not see darkness as a sign of endings. To them, the night was simply the quiet pause before another dawn. Just as the sun disappeared beyond the horizon each evening only to rise again the following morning, they believed that human life, too, would continue in another form after death. From that belief emerged one of the most profound and sophisticated systems of thought in the ancient world. The Egyptians did not believe that a human being was merely a body of flesh and bone. They believed every person was composed of both visible and invisible elements, each playing its own essential role in the journey of existence. In their understanding, a person's existence did not end when the heart stopped beating. Instead, the spiritual aspects of the individual would continue their journey beyond the visible world toward eternity. Concepts such as the ka, often understood as one's vital life force, the ba, representing personality and individual identity, and the ak, the transformed state of the soul after successfully passing through the trials of the afterlife, formed an extraordinarily rich and complex belief system. Although modern scholars may differ in how they interpret some of these concepts, the central idea remains remarkably clear. To the ancient Egyptians, a human being was never merely a physical body. Yet, there is something especially fascinating about this belief. Although the soul could leave the body after death, they believed it still needed a place to which it could return. For that reason, the body itself had to be preserved as completely as possible. If it were destroyed by time, fire, water, or decay, the soul's journey might remain forever incomplete. The ka would lose its dwelling, the ba might no longer recognize itself, and the opportunity to enter eternal life could be lost forever. That is why mummification was far more than a method of preserving human remains. It was a ritual of hope. Every strip of linen wrapped around the body served not only to protect it from decay, but also symbolized one final act of care offered by the living to the departed. Every prayer spoken carried the hope that their loved one would continue safely along the path ahead. From a modern perspective, it may be difficult for us to fully share such beliefs. Yet when we place ourselves within the world of a civilization that flourished beside the Nile for more than 3,000 years, we begin to see that this was not simply superstition. It was humanity's way of facing life's greatest mystery, death. Long before science could explain life or its ending, the ancient Egyptians created a worldview that allowed them to live with hope rather than fear. For that reason, a tomb was never considered merely a place of burial. In their eyes, it was a new home, a home for life to continue. The colorful paintings covering the tomb walls were not created simply for decoration. They depicted lush gardens, fertile fields, joyful banquets, rivers filled with fish, and beloved family members still smiling together. Every image carried profound meaning. If these scenes were faithfully portrayed, they believed they would continue to exist in the next world as part of an everlasting life. Food was also placed inside the tomb: bread, beer, wine, fruit, meat. Everything was prepared with great care, as though the owner of the tomb was simply beginning a long journey. The Egyptians believed that the ka still required nourishment. These offerings possessed more than material value. They expressed love and the enduring responsibility of the living toward those who had passed away. Clothing, jewelry, and familiar everyday belongings accompanied their owners beneath the earth as well. A pair of sandals to continue walking, a pillow for rest, a walking staff for old age, a mirror to preserve beauty. They were ordinary objects of daily life, yet within the symbolic world of ancient Egypt, they became bridges between two worlds. Equally essential to that journey were protective amulets and sacred texts. The Egyptians believed that holy symbols possessed the power to protect the soul from the dangers awaiting it on the road to eternity. Each amulet was carefully placed upon the body, carrying prayers for peace, strength, and rebirth. The inscriptions carved upon tomb walls or written on papyrus scrolls were not intended merely to be read. They were believed to guide the soul safely through the trials that lay ahead. Today, when archaeologists open chambers that have remained sealed for thousands of years, they discover far more than gold or priceless treasures. They uncover the ways people once loved, remembered, and cared for one another. Every jar, every necklace, every small statue tells the story of a family that once existed, of hands that carefully prepared every detail, believing that love itself could endure beyond death. At an even deeper level, those beliefs touch a question that people in every age have asked. What remains after a life has ended? Although every culture offers its own answer, the longing to leave behind a lasting mark and to be remembered seems to live within every human heart. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." For Jung, ancient myths and symbols reflected far more than the beliefs of long-vanished civilizations. They also revealed the hidden structures of the human psyche. He did not study mummification to prove or disprove the Egyptian belief in the afterlife. Instead, he saw within those symbols an inner journey. Viewed through Jung's perspective, preparing for eternal life can also be understood as a reminder that human beings have always longed to discover their own wholeness, to transcend the limits of time and mortality. Perhaps that is also why the tombs of ancient Egypt continue to move us after thousands of years. They are more than monuments built of stone. They are memories given physical form, love carved into walls, hope wrapped carefully within every layer of linen, and enduring evidence that, from humanity's earliest days, people have believed something deeply beautiful, that life may continue, so long as we are remembered with love and with gratitude. As the night grows even quieter, allow the image of softly flickering oil lamps inside ancient temples to slowly fade into the darkness. Imagine souls quietly passing through the gates of eternity, carrying with them the hopes their families entrusted to them thousands of years ago. And as your thoughts become lighter still, we will continue our journey together, discovering the remarkable wonders these ancient mummies have silently preserved throughout the long passage of history. Part 3. The remarkable stories preserved within the mummies. When the stone doorway of an ancient Egyptian tomb is opened after thousands of years of silence, what astonishes archaeologists is not merely the golden jewelry, the brilliantly painted murals, or the exquisitely carved coffins. The greatest wonder lies with the person quietly resting inside. After more than 3,000 years, while time has swept away mighty empires, transformed countless languages, and erased innumerable footprints from history, that body still preserves the smallest traces of a life once lived. Some mummies still retain fingerprints so distinct that modern imaging technology can clearly reveal the delicate ridges upon their fingertips. Those tiny whorls and loops, unique to one individual and unlike any other, have survived for more than 3 millennia. It is astonishing to imagine that the very same fingers once gripped an oar upon the Nile, held the tools of daily work, stroked the hair of a beloved child, or gently lifted offerings within a sacred temple. And yet, they remain. Each fingerprint offers a quiet reminder that the person before us was never merely a mummy. They were once a unique individual, someone whose identity could never be repeated. What we now call biometric identification time itself has preserved on their behalf. Nor are fingerprints the only remarkable traces left behind. In many mummies, scientists have discovered locks of hair that still retain their original color. Some belonged to people with thick black hair. Others had already begun to gray with age. Some hairstyles were carefully braided. Others were coated with fragrant oils and tree resins that still glisten beneath the lights of modern laboratories. These details may seem small, yet they feel astonishingly alive. They shorten the distance between ourselves and those who lived so long ago. Instead of seeing a distant historical figure, we begin to imagine someone who once stood before a mirror, combed their hair each morning, and cared about their appearance just as many of us do today. The skin of many mummies preserves its own remarkable stories. Although dried by time, large areas of skin still retain their original structure, revealing the wrinkles of old age, ancient scars, the marks of years of physical labor, and even tattoos created thousands of years ago. No longer merely an inert surface, the skin becomes a map of an entire life. Every mark, a silent memory requiring no words. Even more extraordinary is the survival of soft tissues. Under ordinary natural conditions, the human body begins to decompose soon after death. Yet through the sophisticated techniques of mummification, combined with Egypt's hot, arid climate and the use of natron salt to remove moisture, many organs and soft tissues have survived in astonishing condition. In doing so, they opened a doorway the ancient Egyptians themselves could scarcely have imagined. Their own bodies would one day become priceless scientific archives for the future. Today, every mummy resembles a complete biological record. Without written documents, the body itself tells its owner's story. Researchers can estimate the age at death, determine biological sex, measure height, reconstruct diet, infer occupation, evaluate overall health, and sometimes even understand the hardships a person endured throughout life. A tooth worn down more than expected may reveal a lifetime spent eating bread containing tiny grains of sand introduced during the grinding of grain with stone tools. An unusually developed upper arm bone may suggest years of repetitive labor. Degenerated vertebrae speak of long days of demanding physical work. A healed fracture tells us that someone cared for this person, and that they survived for years after suffering a serious injury. Every small clue helps reconstruct a life that history itself seemed to have forgotten. Perhaps even more remarkable, mummies preserve evidence of disease. Through CT scanning, ancient DNA analysis, and modern biochemical techniques, scientists have identified signs of atherosclerosis, arthritis, tooth decay, parasitic infections, malaria, and many other illnesses in people who lived thousands of years ago. These discoveries remind us that disease is not uniquely modern. Human beings in every age have faced physical pain, growing old, and the unavoidable limits of the body. Perhaps the greatest gift science offers is not simply data or laboratory results. Its greatest gift is the ability to restore identity to people long hidden beneath the dust of time. A mummy is no longer an unidentified body. It may have been a mother, a craftsman, a government official, a priest, or a powerful pharaoh. Each had a family, people who loved them, and dreams entirely their own. When we look at a mummy in this way, the distance between ancient people and modern people begins to disappear. We see only human beings separated by time, yet united by the same experiences. Growing up, growing old, living with illness, holding on to hope, and, at last, crossing the threshold of death. It is at that moment that mummies become more than archaeological artifacts. They become silent storytellers. Without speaking a single word, their hair, their skin, their teeth, and every surviving bone recount the lives they once lived. Perhaps this is one of history's most honest forms of storytelling. Not written by conquerors, not shaped by chroniclers, but preserved directly within the human body itself. Carl Gustav Jung, once wrote in the archetypes and the collective unconscious, in addition to our immediate consciousness, which is of a thoroughly personal nature, there exists a second psychic system of a collective, universal, and impersonal nature, which is identical in all individuals. Jung believed that beneath our personal experiences lies a deeper layer of the psyche, where people of every age share universal patterns and symbols. Viewed through that perspective, what survives within these mummies is more than a preserved body. What survives is the memory of someone who once lived, once loved, once feared, and once hoped. It is precisely that shared humanity that moves us when we stand before them, not because they are mysterious figures from history, but because, within them, we recognize something profoundly familiar, a reflection of ourselves. Perhaps that is the greatest gift the mummies of ancient Egypt have left to humanity. They do more than help scientists understand an ancient civilization. They remind each of us that while time may erase cities, empires, and even the names of countless people, the authentic traces of a human life can endure across thousands of years, waiting patiently to tell its story. As the night grows quieter still, imagine that beneath those age-darkened layers of linen rests not merely a silent body, but an entire life, still whispering to the future. And within that quiet, we will continue our journey together, uncovering even more of the remarkable secrets that ancient Egypt has carefully entrusted to generations yet to come for more than 3,000 years. Part 4. The treasures buried with the pharaohs. The night has grown deeper. A gentle desert wind drifts across the rolling dunes, leaving delicate ripples beneath the silver glow of the moon. Before us stretches a narrow passage descending into the earth, where the torches of archaeologists illuminate only a tiny fraction of a darkness that has endured for more than 3,000 years. The silence is so complete that it feels as though we are walking between two worlds, one belonging to the present, the other to the distant past. And there, beyond great stone doors sealed with the royal emblems of ancient kings, the treasures of the pharaohs continue their patient vigil, not to display wealth, but to tell a far deeper story about faith, power, and humanity's longing to touch eternity. Today, when we think of the treasures of ancient Egypt, brilliant golden masks, jeweled necklaces, and exquisitely gilded coffins often come to mind. Yet if there is one artifact capable of leaving even modern archaeologists in quiet amazement, it is not made of gold at all. It is a small dagger discovered inside the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun, its blade forged from meteoritic iron. At first, that may sound entirely ordinary. After all, iron is one of the most familiar metals in the modern world. But more than 3,300 years ago, during Tutankhamun's reign, Egypt still stood at the end of the Bronze Age. Iron smelting from ore had scarcely developed. Tools and weapons fashioned from iron were extraordinarily rare. For decades, the presence of an iron dagger within the young pharaoh's tomb remained one of archaeology's most intriguing mysteries. Only when scientists analyzed the blade using X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy did the answer gradually emerge. They discovered unusually high concentrations of nickel and cobalt, the unmistakable chemical signature of meteoritic iron. That meant the metal used to create the dagger had not come from beneath the soil of Egypt. Long before it reached human hands, it had once been part of a wandering celestial body drifting through space before falling to Earth millions of years earlier. It is remarkable to imagine that a pharaoh of the 14th century BCE carried beside him a fragment of matter that had once traveled among the stars. To the ancient Egyptians, this was far more than a rare material. They called meteoritic iron Br Pet, often translated as iron from the sky. The name itself reveals how they understood the universe. The heavens were not simply empty space above their heads. They were the dwelling place of the gods, the realm where the sun began and ended its daily journey, the home of sacred stars that accompanied the soul after death. A metal falling from the heavens was therefore regarded almost as a gift from the divine, Perhaps that is why the dagger accompanied Tutankhamun on his journey into the next world, not merely as a weapon, nor simply as an ornament, but as a symbol of the bond between the king and the celestial realm. Within the symbolic language of ancient Egypt, the material from which an object was made could be every bit as meaningful as the object itself. The dagger also reveals the astonishing skill of Egyptian craftsmen. Meteoritic iron is considerably harder and more difficult to shape than either bronze or gold. It could not simply be melted in the furnaces available at that time. Instead, it required specialized forging techniques, demanding extraordinary patience and remarkable craftsmanship. Every hammer strike had to be precise, every stage of heating carefully controlled. It is a powerful reminder that more than 3,000 years ago, human hands were already capable of shaping material that had originated beyond our own planet. Yet the treasures of the pharaohs were never limited to a single dagger. There were golden crowns, symbolizing supreme authority, royal scepters representing the king's responsibility to preserve the order of the universe, rings engraved with royal throne names, necklaces of lapis lazuli carried from distant Afghanistan, perfume vessels, ceremonial chariots, magnificently carved chairs, and countless small servant figurines intended to assist the pharaoh throughout eternity. From a modern economic perspective, we might simply describe these objects as priceless treasures, but to the ancient Egyptians, their greatest value did not lie in wealth. Each artifact served a sacred purpose. Together, they recreated a complete world in which the pharaoh could continue living as he had upon the earth. Royal authority did not end with death. It was expected to continue throughout eternity, where the pharaoh remained the guardian of harmony between the gods and humanity. This reflects one of the most distinctive features of Egyptian thought. They did not separate the material world from the spiritual one. A necklace was never merely jewelry. A statue was never merely sculpture. A dagger was never merely a tool. Every object carried symbolic meaning. It belonged simultaneously to everyday life and to the sacred world beyond. Standing before these treasures today, archaeologists ask more than, what were these made from? They also ask, what do these objects reveal about the people who created them? Because, in the end, gold tells no stories. Precious stones tell no stories. It is human belief that gives silent objects their meaning. This is also where history and symbolic psychology meet. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Man and His Symbols, "Man, as we realize, if we reflect for a moment, never perceives anything fully or comprehends anything completely." Jung believed that human beings live within a world of symbols. We never perceive things only as they are. We naturally surround them with deeper layers of meaning. A crown may represent authority. A sword may symbolize strength of will. A mountain may evoke transcendence. And a fragment of iron fallen from the heavens may become a symbol of humanity's connection with something greater than itself. Seen through that lens, Tutankhamun's meteoritic dagger is more than an extraordinary archaeological artifact. It becomes a timeless symbol of one of humanity's oldest aspirations, the desire to rise beyond the limits of the earth, to lift our eyes toward the heavens, and to search for meaning within the vastness of the cosmos. Perhaps that is why the treasures of ancient Egypt continue to captivate us after thousands of years. Not because they are fashioned from gold or precious stones, but because every object carries within it a question humanity has never stopped asking. Who are we within this immense universe? What remains when power, glory, and life itself come to an end? And could there be something within each of us, like that fragment of meteoritic iron, a tiny piece of the heavens, temporarily taking the form of a human being? As the final torch slowly fades within the ancient burial chamber, the treasures return once more to their familiar silence. Yet their story continues, softly echoing across the centuries, reminding us that the greatest value of any treasure is never the material from which it is made, but the meaning that human hearts have entrusted to it. And in the quiet peace of this night, May that story continue gently beside you, like distant starlight that has silently watched over the desert ever since the pharaohs first lifted their eyes toward the sky. Part 5. The heart. The most important organ. The night has grown quieter still. Above ancient Egypt, the stars continue to shimmer just as they have illuminated this desert for thousands of years. The Nile flows calmly between its fertile banks, carrying with it the timeless rhythm of the ages. In this profound stillness, let us step into a small chamber deep within an ancient tomb, where priests are preparing for the final ceremony before a human soul begins its journey into the next world. Before them rests the body of the deceased. The rituals of mummification are nearly complete. The brain has already been removed. The internal organs, the liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines will be carefully placed inside canopic jars for preservation. But one organ remains untouched within the chest: the heart. To modern medicine, the heart is an extraordinary biological pump, sending blood throughout the body. We know that memories are stored within the brain, while emotions arise through immensely complex neural networks. But to the ancient Egyptians, the human body was understood very differently. They believed the heart was the true center of the person, the home of memory, wisdom, morality, and character. If the brain enabled a person to think, the heart determined who that person truly was. In the ancient Egyptian language, the heart was called the ib. Its meaning reached far beyond anatomy. The Egyptians believed that every action, every spoken word, every choice made throughout life was preserved within the heart. Nothing was ever truly forgotten. Every joy, every sorrow, every act of kindness, every wrongdoing, all quietly left their mark there, like the growth rings hidden within the trunk of an ancient tree. Perhaps because of that belief, the heart was almost always left inside the body throughout the mummification process. While many other organs were carefully removed and preserved separately, the heart remained exactly where it had always been, as though it could never be separated from the very essence of the individual. The Egyptians believed that when the soul entered the next world, the heart would become the most truthful witness to an entire lifetime. This belief reached its highest expression in one of the most iconic images of ancient Egyptian civilization, the weighing of the heart. According to the texts preserved in the Book of the Dead, after leaving the world of the living, the soul entered the Hall of Two Truths. There, Anubis, the jackal-headed god who protected cemeteries and oversaw mummification, placed the deceased's heart upon one side of a great balance. On the opposite side rested the feather of Ma'at, goddess of truth, justice, and cosmic order. This was not merely a measurement, it was the balance between an entire life and truth itself. If the heart proved as light as the feather, or at least no heavier from the burdens of deceit, cruelty, and injustice, the soul would continue into eternal life. But if the heart had become too heavy through actions that violated the principles of Ma'at, it would be devoured by Amit, the mythical creature with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. This was not a punishment through suffering. It was something even more final, the permanent end of the soul, the loss of any possibility of rebirth. Today, we may recognize this story as mythology, yet if we listen carefully, it becomes one of humanity's most beautiful metaphors for conscience. The Egyptians did not believe that wealth, power, or social status determined one's destiny after death. The object placed upon the scales was never a pharaoh's crown, nor the treasures filling a royal tomb. Only one thing was weighed: the heart. And in that image lies a timeless message. The true value of a life is measured not by what we possess, but by what we become. To protect the heart during this decisive moment, the Egyptians often placed a special amulet upon the chest of the deceased. It was known as the heart scarab. Usually carved from green stone or precious gemstones, it was inscribed with a spell from chapter 30b of the Book of the Dead. Even today, the prayer remains deeply moving. The deceased pleads with their own heart, not to rise against them during judgment, not to reveal the mistakes that might prevent them from entering eternal life. It is fascinating to think that the ancient Egyptians feared not so much the judgment of a harsh god, as the possibility of their own heart speaking the truth. Perhaps they understood something profoundly human. No one knows us better than ourselves, and no one can hide from conscience forever. That is why the scarab was never merely a good luck charm. Within Egyptian symbolism, the scarab beetle rolling its ball across the earth represented Khepri, the god who pushed the sun across the sky each day. It symbolized rebirth, transformation, and the possibility of beginning again after every darkness. By placing the scarab upon the heart, the Egyptians expressed the hope that the soul, too, would be renewed, just as the sun always rises after the longest night. Today, science tells us that the heart does not store memories in the biological sense, yet something remarkable remains. Across nearly every culture, the heart continues to symbolize love, courage, honesty, and conscience. We still speak of following our heart, of a kind heart, or a broken heart. Perhaps although scientific knowledge has changed, the symbolic language of humanity continues to endure. It is here that the thought of Carl Gustav Jung offers an even deeper perspective. In Iron, Researches into the Phenomenology of the Self, Jung wrote, "The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference which embraces both conscious and unconscious. It is the center of this totality, just as the ego is the center of consciousness." Jung was not describing the anatomical heart. Instead, he proposed that every person carries within them a self, the deepest center of psychological life, where consciousness and the unconscious gradually come together on the journey toward wholeness. Viewed through Jung's symbolic lens, the weighing of the heart is more than a trial after death. It becomes an image of the quiet inner dialogue that every human being experiences throughout life. Every decision, every action, quietly contributes to the invisible weight of the person we become within ourselves. Perhaps that is why the weighing of the heart continues to move us more than 3,000 years later. It speaks not only of the beliefs of ancient Egypt, but also of a question every human being has asked during life's quietest moments. If one day no one remained to see us, except our own conscience, what would be placed upon the scales? As the night grows deeper still, allow that question to remain gently within your thoughts, like a solitary star above the desert sky. There is no need to search for an answer tonight, for just as the Nile has patiently flowed through thousands of years of history, the most important answers in life often arrive slowly, in silence, when the heart has finally become peaceful enough to listen to itself. Part 6. The 70-day mummification process. The night has grown even deeper. Above the skies of ancient Egypt, the constellations continue their silent journey across the heavens, following the unchanging rhythm of the universe. In the distance, the Nile reflects the moonlight like a ribbon of silver, while temples and pyramids stand motionless in the desert, having witnessed countless generations come and go. In this peaceful stillness, imagine that we are stepping into a place few people in ancient Egypt would ever have seen during their lifetime, an embalming workshop. It is not the cold, unsettling place many people imagine. Instead, the air is filled with the gentle fragrance of tree resins, frankincense, and sacred oils. Oil lamps flicker against stone walls, casting soft shadows of priests who quietly perform each ritual with unwavering concentration. There is no crying, no haste, only reverence and profound respect for someone preparing to begin their final journey. For the ancient Egyptians, mummification was never merely a technique for preserving a body. It was a sacred ritual lasting approximately 70 days, a period chosen for reasons that reached beyond practicality. Many scholars believe this number may be connected to the disappearance and reappearance of Sirius, the brilliant star whose annual cycle signaled the flooding of the Nile and symbolized rebirth. Although researchers continue to study this connection, one thing is certain. To the ancient Egyptians, 70 days represented a period of transformation, a time during which a human being departed from the visible world and prepared for eternal life. Everything began with purification. The body of the deceased was carefully washed using water drawn from the Nile, and sometimes with palm wine, valued for its cleansing properties. This was far more than simple hygiene. Within Egyptian religious symbolism, water represented purity and new beginnings. Cleansing the body symbolized washing away the dust of earthly life before entering a more sacred journey. Viewed through modern eyes, we may see a carefully organized procedure, but to the Egyptians, every movement was a silent prayer. They were not caring for a corpse. They were caring for a human being whom they believed still continued to exist in another form. After purification came the most important stage of all, drying the body with natron. Natron is a naturally occurring mineral mixture rich in sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, sodium chloride, and sodium sulfate, found around Egypt's salt lakes. The embalmers covered the entire body with natron and also placed it inside the body cavity after the internal organs had been prepared. For roughly 40 days, the mineral slowly drew out moisture, the very element that allows decomposition to occur. It is remarkable that modern science confirms how effective this method truly was. Without synthetic chemicals, without advanced technology, the ancient Egyptians understood through careful observation that preserving a body required first removing water, the essential environment upon which bacteria and microorganisms depend. Yet to them, this dryness carried another layer of meaning. It symbolized separating the individual from the constant changes of the material world. It marked the first step toward allowing the body to accompany the soul throughout its endless journey. Once the natron had completed its work, the body became lighter, drier, and far more resistant to time. The embalmers then anointed the skin with fragrant oils, pine resin, plant resins, frankincense, and myrrh. These substances helped protect the body from moisture and bacterial growth, while filling it with a pleasant fragrance. Each layer of resin formed an invisible garment shielding the body from the forces of nature. Fragrance itself carried profound symbolic meaning. In many ancient cultures, sweet aromas were closely associated with the divine and with purity. As the fragrance drifted upward, the Egyptians believed that their prayers rose toward the heavens as well. Next, the embalmers carefully packed the body cavity with strips of linen, sawdust, plant fibers, and other natural materials to preserve the body's familiar shape. This is an especially meaningful detail. They wished not only to preserve the body biologically, they wanted the deceased to remain recognizable, so that the Ka and Ba could find the place to which they would return. It is an idea filled with quiet humanity. Human beings long to be recognized, even after death. The final stage was also the longest and most meticulous, wrapping the body in linen. Hundreds of meters of fine linen were wrapped around every finger, every hand, every arm, each foot, and finally the entire body. Between the layers of cloth, protective amulets were placed in carefully prescribed locations according to sacred religious texts. Every wrapping was accompanied by prayers and ritual recitations intended to protect the deceased throughout the journey ahead. In many ways, the process resembles a ceremony of healing more than a technical procedure. No step was performed in complete silence. No movement was entirely mechanical. Every action reflected the belief that the soul was still listening, that the deceased remained present, that the love of those left behind could accompany them for a little farther along the road. Throughout those 70 days, the family also participated in many ways. They presented offerings, recited prayers, and prepared everything needed for their loved one's life beyond death. This reminds us that mummification did not belong only to priests. It was a ritual shared by an entire community, a place where grief itself was slowly transformed into care and hope. When every stage had finally been completed, the body was placed inside its coffin, fitted with a funerary mask, and prepared for the sacred opening of the mouth ceremony before being laid to rest within the tomb, surrounded by everything believed necessary for eternal life. Viewed through the lens of archaeology, this remains one of the most sophisticated methods of body preservation ever developed in the ancient world. Viewed through the lens of humanity, it becomes an entirely different story. It is a story about patience. 70 days to say goodbye. 70 days to care for someone who could no longer speak. 70 days to transform grief into a ritual filled with dignity. Perhaps that is why, when archaeologists open these coffins after thousands of years, what first moves them is not merely the brilliance of the technique, it is also the love, the devotion, and the quiet respect expressed through every layer of linen, every whispered prayer, and every gentle gesture. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Perhaps these words help us understand the art of mummification more deeply. Seen only through the eyes of technique, it is a remarkable process for preserving a human body. But viewed through the language of symbols, every drop of fragrant oil, every grain of natron, every strip of linen, and every whispered prayer carries a meaning far greater than itself. Together, they become expressions of love, memory, and the enduring hope that death is not disappearance, but a passage deserving to be prepared with the deepest reverence. And perhaps what still touches our hearts about this 70-day ritual is not simply its astonishing craftsmanship. It is the gentle message woven through every stage, that every human life deserves to be honored with dignity, and that the way we care for those who have passed away reflects the way we understand the meaning of life itself. As the night slowly moves toward dawn, allow the unhurried rhythm of this ancient ritual to guide your thoughts into stillness. Just as the Nile has quietly flowed through thousands of years of history, never hurried, never stopping, always moving gently forward. Part 7. The Hidden Secrets of the Art of Mummification. The night has reached its quiet middle. Above the Nile Valley, countless stars shine across the heavens, just as they did more than 3,000 years ago, when Egypt's embalmers lifted their eyes toward the same sky. The desert breeze still carries the scent of dry sand and the fragrance of wild shrubs growing along the riverbanks. In this profound stillness, let us take one step deeper into the hidden world of those whose names history has rarely remembered, yet whose hands created one of humanity's greatest achievements in the preservation of the human body. In our previous chapter, we followed the sacred journey of the 70-day mummification ritual. But if we look more closely, every stage concealed remarkable knowledge, a blend of practical anatomy, natural chemistry, and spiritual belief woven together with astonishing sophistication. What inspires our admiration today is not simply the final result, it is the extraordinary care found in every small detail of the process. One of the greatest surprises for modern researchers is the way the ancient Egyptians treated the brain. Today we understand that the brain is the center of the nervous system, the place where memory, thought, emotion, and consciousness arise. The ancient Egyptians saw it very differently. To them, the brain was far less important than the heart. For that reason, in many cases it was removed through the nose, using a long metal instrument with a gently curved tip. This demanded remarkable precision. The embalmer carefully guided the instrument through the delicate ethmoid bone behind the nasal cavity, gradually breaking down the brain tissue before removing it piece by piece. Afterward, the inside of the skull was thoroughly cleaned and, in many cases, filled with resin or packed with linen to preserve the natural shape of the face. At first, this procedure may seem unfamiliar to us, yet what deserves our admiration is not how different it was from modern medicine. Rather, it is the fact that the Egyptians developed an extraordinarily refined, practical, anatomical technique thousands of years ago. even though their purpose was entirely religious rather than medical. In striking contrast, the heart was almost always left untouched within the chest. To the Egyptians, it was the center of memory, morality, and identity. It was the organ that Anubis would one day place upon the scales beside the feather of Ma'at during the final judgment. For that reason, the heart could never be removed. There is something fascinating in this contrast between science and symbolism. Modern science identifies the brain as the center of consciousness. Ancient Egypt placed the essence of human identity within the heart. Yet if we reflect more deeply, we begin to see that what they sought to preserve was not merely an organ. They wished to protect the deepest core of the individual, the place where every experience, every choice, and every moment of a lifetime was believed to reside. After removing the internal organs, the Egyptians did not discard them. On the contrary, they treated each one with profound respect. The liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines were carefully cleaned, dried with natron, and placed inside 4 sacred vessels known as canopic jars. Each jar was protected by one of the 4 sons of Horus. Imseti, with a human head, guarded the liver. Hapi, with the head of a baboon, protected the lungs. Duamutef, with the head of a jackal, watched over the stomach. And Quebes-Anuef, with the head of a falcon, safeguarded the intestines. These 4 jars were never merely containers for organs. They stood like silent guardians protecting the essential parts of a human life, waiting for the moment when every element could be reunited in eternity. Today, archaeologists regard canopic jars as invaluable scientific archives. The preserved tissues they contain allow researchers to study ancient DNA, identify diseases, reconstruct diets, and uncover countless details about the biology of people who lived thousands of years ago. Once again, modern science finds itself continuing a quiet conversation with embalmers who worked more than 3 millennia ago. After the organs had been prepared, natron once again became the most important tool in preventing decomposition. Without natron, it is difficult to imagine that Egyptian mummification could ever have achieved the astonishing level of preservation that continues to amaze the world today. Natron drew moisture from every tissue, creating an environment in which bacteria and fungi could scarcely survive. What makes this even more remarkable is that the Egyptians discovered this principle entirely through observation and experience, long before microorganisms were ever known to science. Once the body had dried completely, the embalmers cleansed the abdominal cavity with palm wine. Palm wine held not only ritual significance but also contained naturally occurring alcohol that helped cleanse the tissues and reduce the risk of decay. It is a small detail, yet one that reveals the extraordinary practical knowledge the Egyptians accumulated about preserving the human body. Next came the application of tree resins. Modern chemical analysis has shown that Egyptian embalmers employed a variety of resins, including pine resin, pistachia resin, conifer resins, and at times even imported materials brought from the ancient Near East. These substances helped repel moisture, discourage bacterial growth, protect against insects, and form a durable coating that contributed to the body's survival across thousands of years. The fragrance of these resins also transformed the entire ritual space. Perhaps, to the ancient Egyptians, fragrance did more than purify the body. Perhaps it purified memory itself. It soothed the grief of those left behind, and gently opened the path through which the soul could enter the realm of the gods. Finally came the linen wrappings. Modern research has revealed that the linen used to wrap mummies was not always woven specifically for that purpose. Some strips were carefully reused from garments once worn by family members. Others came from textiles that had previously served within temples. This gives the practice an especially touching meaning. A piece of cloth that had once belonged to ordinary daily life, a piece of cloth that had once rested within a sacred place, now became the final garment embracing someone on their journey into the next world. Those linen fibers did more than stabilize the body. They They carried memory. They carried continuity. They carried the quiet traces of a life once lived. Perhaps that is why, when archaeologists carefully unwrap these ancient bandages after thousands of years, they see far more than extraordinary technical skill. They see the fingerprints of anonymous craftsmen, the devotion of loving families, and the unwavering faith of an entire civilization in the continuation of life. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Symbols of Transformation, "The symbol is the expression of an unknown fact. A fact, however, which is nonetheless recognized or postulated as existing." For Jung, symbols always point toward a reality deeper than anything visible to the eye. He was speaking about the symbolic structures of the human psyche, not about Egyptian embalming itself. Yet his insight offers a meaningful lens through which we can reflect on these ancient practices. Seen in that light, every layer of natron, every drop of fragrant resin, every canopic jar, and every strip of linen becomes more than a technical material. Each becomes a symbol of transformation. The ancient Egyptians did not attempt to conquer death by denying its existence. Instead, they met it with preparation, with ritual, and with the enduring belief that the end of the body did not necessarily mean the end of meaning. Perhaps that is why the art of mummification continues to fascinate us more than 3,000 years later, not because it is strange or mysterious, but because it reflects one of humanity's deepest longings, the desire to preserve what is most precious against the relentless passage of time. And on this quiet night, as the stars continue their silent journey above Egypt just as they did long ago, allow these ancient secrets to gently carry your thoughts closer to a civilization that entrusted every layer of linen with far more than remarkable craftsmanship. They entrusted it with love, with reverence, and with an enduring hope in the continuity of life. Part 8. Amulets and the protection of the soul. As the night grows deeper, the Egyptian desert becomes quieter still. A gentle wind moves across the dunes, carrying a faint whisper that seems almost like the voice of time itself. The heavens are filled with stars, the very same stars once observed by priests, craftsmen, and pharaohs thousands of years ago. Beneath the soft glow of oil lamps, deep within ancient tombs hidden beneath the earth, another sacred ritual is quietly unfolding. After the body has been carefully preserved, after every layer of linen has gently embraced the deceased, the priests begin placing small objects upon the body, objects so modest in size, yet immeasurable in meaning. These are the sacred amulets. Today, the word amulet often evokes thoughts of mystery or superstition, but in the world of ancient Egypt, amulets were never created out of fear of the unseen. They arose from a profound belief that no human being ever journeys alone. As the soul traveled from mortal life toward eternity, it required guidance, comfort, and sacred reminders of the divine order that governed the universe. For that reason, every amulet was placed in a precise location upon the body. Each one became a silent prayer, expressed not through words, but through symbols. Among the oldest and most sacred of these symbols was the Dayed. At first glance, it resembles a pillar crowned with 4 horizontal bars. To the ancient Egyptians, however, it represented the backbone of Osiris, the god of death, resurrection, and eternal life. Just as the spine allows the human body to stand upright, the jade symbolized stability, inner strength, and the ability to rise again after adversity. Priests often placed the Dayed amulet near the spine or within the layers of linen surrounding the mummy, believing it would strengthen and support the deceased throughout the journey ahead. Its meaning reached far beyond the physical body. It spoke of remaining steadfast, even when the soul encountered trials beyond this world. Near the jade, another sacred amulet was often placed. It resembled a carefully tied knot of cloth. This was the Tiet, also known as the knot of Isis. If the jade represented the steadfast strength of Osiris, the Tiet symbolized the loving protection of Isis, the great goddess of motherhood, faithfulness, and healing. In Egyptian mythology, Isis was far more than the devoted wife of Osiris. After his death, she patiently searched for every scattered part of his body, using both love and sacred power to restore him to life. Perhaps that is why the knot of Isis carries such gentle meaning. It is the symbol of an embrace, of compassion, of a strength that does not arise from power, but from love itself. When the tiet was placed upon a mummy, the Egyptians believed that Isis would continue protecting the soul, just as a mother's arms never truly leave her child. Another symbol that almost everyone recognizes today is the Eye of Horus, also known as the Wedjat eye. It is perhaps the most famous symbol of all ancient Egypt. According to mythology, Horus lost one of his eyes while battling Seth in order to restore justice for his father, Osiris. The eye was later healed, becoming a symbol of restoration, wholeness, and protection. What is especially beautiful is that the Egyptians never regarded injury as a sign of failure. Quite the opposite. It was healing that they considered sacred. For that reason, the Eye of Horus protected not only against danger, it also reminded people that every wound carries the possibility of healing. If the Eye of Horus represented restoration, the sacred scarab represented rebirth. Watching scarab beetles roll balls across the ground, the Egyptians imagined Khepri, the god who pushed the sun across the heavens each day. The rolling sphere became an image of the sun itself. Its endless movement reflected the eternal cycle between death and life. That is why scarab amulets were often placed close to the heart of the deceased, not only to offer protection during judgment, but also as a promise that, just as the sun always rises after nightfall, the soul, too, would awaken into a new dawn. There is another small yet remarkably thoughtful detail within the art of mummification that many people never hear about: golden fingers and golden toes. On certain royal or noble mummies, if a finger had been lost or damaged, craftsmen fashioned delicate replacements from gold or other precious materials. This was never done simply for appearance. The Egyptians believed that the more complete the body remained, the easier it would be for the soul to recognize itself upon its return. Even the smallest fingertip deserved care. It reveals a profound respect for the human body. No part was considered meaningless. No detail was too small to matter. Then came the funerary mask. Perhaps no object represents ancient Egypt more vividly than the golden mask of Tutankhamun. Yet the true purpose of a funerary mask was never its dazzling beauty. It was the face of memory, the ideal image that the deceased would carry into eternity. In many cases, these masks were not exact portraits. Instead, they blended individual features with divine characteristics, as though the person were gradually becoming part of the sacred order of the cosmos itself. Even more striking were the artificial eyes attached to masks or coffins, crafted from stone, glass, or quartz. Their gaze remains so lifelike that many museum visitors still feel as though those ancient eyes are quietly watching them. To the Egyptians, eyes existed for more than sight. They allowed the soul to recognize its own body, a familiar gaze, a familiar face, a familiar form. Together, they helped guide the soul home. Standing before these amulets in museums today, it is easy to forget that they were once placed upon the body of a loved one, with extraordinary tenderness by family members, and with profound reverence by devoted priests. They were not created from fear. They were created from hope. Hope that some unseen strength would accompany the soul during its final journey. Hope that love itself could continue, even after death. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Man and His Symbols, "A symbol does not merely point to something. It tries to encompass and express a whole world of meaning that cannot be adequately stated in words alone." Jung was describing how symbols function within human psychology, not making a claim about Egyptian religious objects themselves. Yet his insight helps illuminate why these ancient amulets continue to resonate. From this perspective, the jade, the Tiet, the Eye of Horus, and the sacred scarab need not be understood as literal magical objects to reveal their significance. Each reflects one of humanity's deepest needs: to feel protected, to be healed, to be loved, and to believe that life belongs within a meaningful order that extends beyond what we can see. Perhaps that is why, after more than 3,000 years, these tiny amulets still invite us to linger before museum displays, not because they are fashioned from gold or precious stones, but because they preserve something that time itself has never been able to erode: human hope in the face of the unknown. And now, as the night becomes wonderfully still, imagine that these ancient symbols no longer rest inside forgotten tombs. Instead, they shine softly like stars above the desert sky. They remind us that every civilization has searched for symbols through which to place its deepest faith. Some were carved into stone, some were wrapped within layers of linen, and others are quietly carried within every human heart. That enduring place which continues to hope that, amid the limits of mortal life, there will always be something steadfast enough to guide the soul onward. Part 9. Animal Mummies. Night has settled gently over the Nile Valley. Moonlight glides quietly across the towering columns of ancient temples where carvings of gods and animals have endured for thousands of years. In the distance, the wind moves through groves of palm trees, blending with the slow rhythm of the Nile to create a melody so soft that it almost seems as though nature itself is whispering the stories of a forgotten age. In the previous chapters, we have journeyed through the world of pharaohs, explored the sacred rituals of human mummification, and discovered the symbols believed to protect the soul. But if we venture deeper into the ancient necropolises, we encounter something that still surprises many people today. Alongside the mummies of kings and nobles lie countless mummified animals: cats, crocodiles, ibises, baboons, falcons, jackals, even fish, gazelles, and scarab beetles. Today, archaeologists estimate that tens of millions of animal mummies were created throughout the long history of ancient Egypt. The number is so vast that it stretches beyond the imagination of most of us. Naturally, it raises an intriguing question. Why would an entire civilization devote so much effort to preserving animals after death? The answer lies in the Egyptian understanding of the universe. They did not see humanity as the unquestioned center of creation. Instead, nature, animals, and the gods were woven together within a sacred cosmic order. Every creature could become the earthly symbol of a divine quality, reflecting invisible forces that shaped the world itself. Perhaps no animal was more beloved than the cat. In daily life, cats protected precious grain stores from rats and venomous snakes. But beyond their practical role, they were closely associated with Bastet, the goddess of home, gentleness, fertility, and protection. The Egyptians treated cats with extraordinary reverence. Ancient sources tell us that when a family cat died, household members sometimes shaved their eyebrows as a public sign of mourning. Some cats were carefully mummified and buried in cemeteries created especially for them. Even today, when we look upon these feline mummies with their delicate ears still preserved and their tiny paws wrapped in beautifully woven linen, we sense that we are seeing more than remarkable preservation. We are witnessing a heartfelt expression of gratitude toward companions that shared everyday life alongside human beings. In striking contrast to the quiet grace of the cat stands the crocodile. Along the ancient Nile, crocodiles were among the most formidable predators anyone could encounter. Yet the Egyptians responded with more than fear. They recognized in the crocodile the strength and divine authority of Sobek. Sobek was the god of water, fertility, military power, and royal protection. In certain regions, living crocodiles were raised within temple precincts and cared for with great devotion. When they died, they too were carefully mummified and buried with elaborate ceremonies. Perhaps this reflects one of the most remarkable ideas in Egyptian thought. Even that which inspires fear can become a symbol of protection, when understood as part of the greater order of the universe. Another animal found in astonishing numbers throughout Egyptian burial sites is the ibis. Its distinctive curved beak reminded the Egyptians of Thoth, the god of wisdom, writing, mathematics, and knowledge. Millions of mummified ibises have been discovered in temple complexes dedicated to Thoth. For countless pilgrims, offering a mummified ibis was a way of sending prayers to the god of wisdom. Each tiny mummy became a silent petition carried into the sacred realm, a hope for learning, health, or peace. If the ibis symbolized wisdom, the apis bull represented divine authority upon the earth. Apis was not simply any bull. Only those displaying highly specific markings were recognized as the living manifestation of Ptah, and later became closely associated with Osiris as well. Throughout its lifetime, the apis bull was cared for, almost like royalty. When it died, it received elaborate mummification and was buried in the magnificent underground galleries at Saqqara. This reminds us that the Egyptians did not worship an individual animal for its own sake. They honored what that animal represented. When archaeology flourished during the 19th and 20th centuries, many researchers initially believed that animal mummies existed only in relatively small numbers. Large-scale excavations completely transformed that understanding. Today, archaeological evidence reveals that ancient Egypt supported an enormous industry devoted to producing animal mummies. Many temples maintained facilities where cats, ibises, or crocodiles were raised specifically for religious purposes. Pilgrims visiting these sacred sites could purchase an animal mummy to present as an offering to the appropriate deity. These offerings were produced continuously, sustaining an important religious and economic tradition that endured for centuries. Modern technology has uncovered yet another fascinating secret. Using CT scanning and X-ray imaging, researchers have discovered that not every animal mummy contains the complete body of an animal. Some preserve only a few bones, others contain little more than feathers, some are entirely empty, or filled only with reeds, mud, or other organic materials. At first glance, this may seem deceptive, yet Egyptologists suggest the reality is far more nuanced. In many cases, the value of the offering did not depend upon the quantity of physical remains inside. Its significance lay in its symbolic purpose, and in the sincerity of the ritual itself. What mattered most was not whether the animal was physically complete. What mattered was the act of offering, performed with reverence. It is a way of thinking quite different from the modern tendency to emphasize material substance and visible value. Perhaps as we walk through the long passageways of these vast catacombs filled with millions of animal mummies, we begin to understand that the ancient Egyptians never separated humanity from nature. They saw divinity reflected in the eyes of a cat, wisdom within the wings of an ibis, strength in the form of a crocodile, and fertile abundance in the steady presence of the apis bull. Their world was never divided into human and animal. Instead, it formed a living network of symbols, in which every creature reflected one small part of the cosmic order. Here again, the thought of Carl Gustav Jung offers a profound perspective. In The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, Jung wrote, "The animal is the symbolic bearer of the psychic contents of the unconscious." Jung was not describing Egyptian animal mummies specifically. Rather, he was explaining how animals function as symbolic figures within the human psyche in myths, dreams, and religious imagination. From his perspective, animals often represent instinctive psychological forces that exist deep within the unconscious. Each creature becomes an archetypal mirror, helping us recognize qualities that may already exist within ourselves, even if we are not yet fully aware of them. Seen through that lens, these animal mummies become far more than archaeological artifacts. They become enduring symbols of the relationship between humanity and nature, between consciousness and the unconscious, and between the visible world and the sacred reality toward which human beings have always reached. Perhaps that is why Egypt's vast animal necropolises continue to move us after more than 3,000 years. Not simply because of their astonishing scale, but because they remind us that one of history's greatest civilizations believed every living creature, no matter how small, held its own place within the immense tapestry of the universe. And now, as the night continues to settle gently across the desert, picture a cat curled peacefully beneath the moonlight, an ibis gliding across the first light of dawn, or the quiet majesty of the apis bull standing beneath an endless sky. Perhaps, like the ancient Egyptians, we too may begin to feel that nature has never been merely the scenery around us. It is a language of symbols, a quiet invitation to discover that we understand ourselves most deeply when we learn to listen to the living world, softly speaking all around us. Part 10. How modern science is decoding the mummies. The night has settled into its deepest stillness. Above the Giza Plateau, the sky stretches endlessly like a vast sheet of indigo velvet, scattered with countless stars. The pyramids and ancient tombs stand quietly beneath them, as though time itself has never managed to touch their stone. For thousands of years, Egyptian mummies rested in darkness, wrapped in layers of linen, fragrant resins, and ancient prayers. They were like books that had long remained closed, every page sealed by the passage of time. Then, one day, humanity discovered that those books no longer needed to be opened with a knife. Instead, we learned to read them with light. That is the remarkable gift modern science has given us. Throughout the 19th century and the early decades of the 20th, studying a mummy usually meant carefully removing one layer of linen after another. Although driven by curiosity and the desire to learn, those methods sometimes caused irreversible damage. Every strip of linen that was cut away was a fragment of history lost forever. Today, everything has changed. Thanks to computed tomography, or CT scanning, scientists can now examine the entire interior of a mummy without removing a single bandage. Extremely thin X-ray beams pass through the body from thousands of different angles. Powerful computers then assemble those images into countless microscopic slices. From these slices emerges a remarkably accurate reconstruction of everything hidden within. Researchers can examine the skull, count every tooth, study every joint, determine whether broken bones healed during life or remained unhealed. They can identify signs of arthritis, atherosclerosis, tuberculosis affecting the bones, and countless other conditions that accompanied an individual throughout life. Most extraordinary of all, every discovery is made while the body remains completely protected inside the same linen wrappings placed there more than 3,000 years ago. It represents a beautiful transformation in the way we approach the past. We no longer seek to understand history by breaking it apart. Instead, we have learned to listen to it with greater respect. Using CT data, specialists can then construct highly detailed three-dimensional digital models of each mummy. Where archaeologists once relied only upon individual cross-sections, they can now rotate an entire body in virtual space, magnify individual structures, and examine every angle, without ever touching the artifact itself. These digital models have become bridges between past and present. Scientists across the world can study the same mummy together, without transporting these irreplaceable treasures away from the museums that protect them. From this innovation emerged a revolutionary concept within Egyptology: digital unwrapping. Instead of removing linen by hand, computers carefully separate one digital layer after another. First appears the linen wrapping, then come the protective amulets. Beneath them lie the fragrant resins. Finally, the face of the individual slowly emerges. The entire process unfolds upon a computer screen, while the actual mummy remains completely undisturbed. Perhaps never before have scientific progress and reverence for history worked together so harmoniously. Modern technology reaches even further. Researchers now use CT data to produce three-dimensional printed skulls and scientifically reconstruct the faces of people who lived thousands of years ago. From the underlying bone structure, forensic specialists estimate facial features using established anatomical data about soft tissue thickness and human morphology. Suddenly, names that once survived only as inscriptions upon stone begin to appear once again with eyes, noses, and expressions belonging to real human beings. A pharaoh is no longer only a ruler described in history books. He once had a face, a gaze, a childhood, a lifetime, and eventually, like every one of us, he grew old. In moments like these, archaeology accomplishes more than reconstructing appearance. It restores a sense of human closeness across thousands of years. Alongside imaging technology, the study of ancient DNA has opened another remarkable doorway. From tiny samples preserved inside bones or teeth, scientists can investigate family relationships among royal lineages, trace genetic ancestry, and even identify certain inherited medical conditions. DNA research has helped clarify many long-standing questions surrounding Tutankhamun's family. It has revealed more about relationships among the pharaohs, about royal marriages between close relatives, and about the effects those marriages sometimes had upon health. For the first time, history is no longer told only through ancient texts. It is also written within living cells that still preserve echoes of ancient lives. Working alongside DNA analysis, modern chemistry has revealed equally fascinating insights into the fragrant resins used during mummification. Using sophisticated techniques such as gas chromatography and mass spectrometry, researchers can identify the precise ingredients contained within ancient resins, perfumed oils, and beeswax still preserved upon the mummies. The results surprised scientists around the world. Many of these resins did not originate in Egypt. Instead, they were imported from the Levant, across the Mediterranean, and in some cases from regions even farther away. This tells us that ancient Egypt stood at the heart of an extensive international trade network, through which precious materials traveled thousands of kilometers to serve sacred rituals. Each drop of fragrant resin therefore tells more than the story of mummification. It tells of ships crossing distant seas, of caravans traveling through endless deserts, and of encounters between civilizations connected across the ancient world. Another especially fascinating area of research involves identifying the unique techniques used by individual embalming workshops. Just as every painter leaves behind a recognizable brushstroke, every embalming workshop appears to have left its own technical fingerprint. Some used greater quantities of resin, others wrapped linen in distinctive patterns. Some positioned protective amulets differently. Others developed unique methods for treating the skull or the abdominal cavity. By combining archaeology, chemistry, medical imaging, and artificial intelligence, scientists can now determine that many mummies were prepared within the same professional tradition, and in some cases, quite possibly by the very same workshop. As a result, the art of mummification no longer feels like an abstract cultural practice. It becomes the work of real people, anonymous craftsmen, master artisans, passing their knowledge from one generation to the next, patient hands, working with extraordinary devotion and profound reverence. Perhaps the greatest gift modern science has offered is not increasingly sophisticated technology. It is a new attitude. Rather than attempting to conquer the past, we have begun to enter into conversation with it. Rather than treating mummies merely as scientific specimens, we increasingly recognize them as people who once had families, moments of happiness, sorrows, and dreams very much like our own. It is here that the thought of Carl Gustav Jung offers another meaningful reflection. In Memories, Dreams, Reflections, Jung wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Jung was writing about encounters between human personalities, not about archaeology or ancient Egypt. Yet his observation offers a powerful metaphor for the meeting between modern science and one of history's oldest civilizations. When technology encounters the ancient past, both are transformed. Science gains not only new knowledge, but also greater humility before the depth of history. At the same time, the mummies cease to be merely witnesses to death. They become storytellers, helping us understand life, memory, and humanity's timeless desire to endure beyond the passage of time. Perhaps that is the greatest miracle of all. Not that we can see through layers of ancient linen, not that we can recreate a face that has slept for 3,000 years, but that, after all our scientific achievements, what moves us most deeply is still the realization that behind every mummy was a human being, someone who once loved, hoped, and dreamed. As the night continues to embrace the desert in perfect stillness, let the gentle light of science become a small lantern, not one that banishes the mysteries of the past, but one that softly illuminates them, allowing us to listen to history with deeper respect, quiet gratitude, and a more peaceful heart. Part 11. The evolution of the art of mummification. The night has become wonderfully still. Above the dark expanse of the Egyptian desert, the stars continue to shine quietly, just as they did long before humanity ever learned to build the pyramids. The warm breath of the day's sand drifts gently across the dunes where countless generations have found their final rest. If we listen carefully, we begin to realize something profound. History never stands still. Even the things that seem most timeless are constantly changing. The Egyptian art of mummification was no exception. It did not emerge as a perfect practice at the dawn of civilization. Rather, it was the result of thousands of years of observation, experimentation, failure, and patient refinement. Perhaps the most fascinating part of this story is where it began. Not inside a magnificent temple, not within an elaborate embalming workshop. It began with the desert itself. Long before the Egyptians discovered natron, fragrant resins, or carefully wrapped linen, they buried their loved ones directly in shallow graves dug into the desert sand. The intense heat and extraordinary dryness of the sand created an unexpected miracle. Moisture evaporated from the body before bacteria had time to decompose the soft tissues. As a result, many bodies were naturally preserved for thousands of years. Today, archaeologists call these natural mummies. In many ways, nature became Egypt's first teacher. Human beings did not invent the preservation of the body. They patiently learned from what the desert had been quietly accomplishing long before they understood how. There is something beautiful in that thought. Sometimes humanity's greatest discoveries do not arise from conquering nature, but from observing it carefully and listening with humility. As Egyptian society became increasingly sophisticated, simple sand burials gradually gave way to tombs constructed from mud brick and stone. These new tombs offered protection from wild animals and grave robbers, yet they also created an unexpected problem. Inside enclosed burial chambers, bodies no longer rested in direct contact with the dry desert sand. Moisture remained trapped within the tombs. Decomposition accelerated. Faced with this challenge, people began searching for new solutions. It was here that artificial mummification was born. The earliest methods were relatively simple. Bodies were dried with natron, coated with resin, and wrapped in linen. Century after century, each generation of embalmers added new knowledge. They learned how to prepare the body cavity, how to preserve the internal organs, how to restore the body's natural shape, and how to employ fragrant oils imported from distant lands. Remarkably, the process never stopped evolving. During the Old Kingdom, mummification remained comparatively simple. By the Middle Kingdom, the rituals had grown more elaborate. Then came the New Kingdom, the age of Tutankhamun, Seti I, and Ramesses II, when the art of mummification reached a level of sophistication that still astonishes us today. This was more than technological progress. It reflected the maturation of a belief. a belief that the human body deserved to be cared for with profound dignity and reverence. Yet, like many aspects of society, mummification also reflected differences in wealth and social status. Not everyone could receive a 70-day ritual involving rare imported resins and hundreds of meters of carefully woven linen. Members of the royal family and the nobility received the finest care available. Expert embalmers prepared their bodies with extraordinary precision. Their organs were preserved inside canopic jars. Protective amulets were placed in carefully prescribed positions. Their coffins were crafted with remarkable artistry. Ordinary people, however, often chose simpler methods. Some bodies were dried with natron for shorter periods, before being wrapped in fewer layers of linen. The poorest families sometimes buried their loved ones according to older traditions, without undergoing the complete ritual. Yet there is something deeply moving about this contrast. Although the ceremonies differed, their hopes did not. A pharaoh hoped to enter eternity. A farmer hoped for the same. A wealthy family prayed for someone they loved. A poor family offered the same love, through whatever means they possessed. Perhaps, before death, human beings have never been as different as we sometimes imagine. When Egypt entered the Greek and later the Roman periods, the art of mummification continued to evolve. One of the most extraordinary developments of this era was the appearance of the Fayum portraits. Instead of relying solely upon symbolic funerary masks, many mummies were now adorned with painted wooden portraits created using encaustic wax or tempera techniques. These paintings portrayed the deceased with large, expressive eyes, thoughtful faces, and astonishing realism. Today, when visitors stand before the Fayum portraits displayed in museums, many experience the uncanny feeling of meeting someone who is still alive. The distance of 3,000 or 4,000 years seems to disappear. The sensation of looking at history fades. Only a pair of eyes quietly gazing back remains. This marked a remarkable transformation, where the funerary masks of the pharaohs emphasized an idealized and divine image of the individual. The Fayum portraits celebrated personal identity. For perhaps the first time, individual faces emerged with tiny wrinkles, natural hairstyles, authentic expressions, and an unmistakably human beauty. Perhaps this reveals something even deeper. Ideas about what it meant to be human were themselves changing with history. At the same time, coffins and funerary masks continued to evolve. Simple rectangular coffins gradually gave way to anthropoid coffins shaped like the human body. Decorative patterns became increasingly elaborate. Colors changed. The gods were represented in new artistic styles. Greek and Roman influences gradually blended with Egyptian tradition, creating a fresh visual language while preserving its essential spirit. A profound reverence for the soul's journey. There is a beautiful lesson hidden within that history. A civilization does not become truly strong because it never changes. It becomes strong because it knows how to change, without losing its soul. This is also an idea that Carl Gustav Jung returned to many times when discussing human psychological development. In The Development of Personality, he wrote, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." Jung was speaking about the psychological growth of the individual, not about Egyptian history. He suggested that genuine development does not come from erasing the past, but from growing beyond it through a broader and deeper consciousness. Perhaps the history of mummification reflects that same principle. The ancient Egyptians never rejected the traditions of their ancestors. Instead, they inherited them, refined them, expanded them, and carried them forward into every new age. Each generation left its own distinctive mark while preserving the central belief that life and death were not separate worlds, but two stages along a single continuous journey. Looking back across these thousands of years, we begin to understand that it was not only technique that evolved, it was humanity's understanding of itself, from bodies naturally preserved by the desert, to carefully crafted mummies, created through extraordinary skill, to the deeply personal faces of the Fayum portraits. Each stage reflects the same enduring desire: to be remembered, to be loved, and to continue living within the memory of those who remain. Perhaps that is why the history of mummification has never truly been a story about death alone. It is a story about change, about adaptation, and about the long journey every civilization and every human being must travel in search of a fuller expression of itself. As the night continues to embrace the desert and the stars move silently across the heavens, let this story gently remind you that every kind of growth requires time. And just as the Nile never ceases to flow forward, the human spirit, too, always possesses the capacity to grow, while still carrying forward the most precious gifts of its past. Part 12. Life after death. In ancient Egyptian belief, the night has reached its deepest silence. Above the land of Egypt, the Milky Way stretches across the heavens like a river of light, mirroring the Nile as it quietly winds through the fertile fields that nurtured one of humanity's oldest civilizations. In the darkness, the pyramids still stand, not merely as monuments of stone, but as gateways between two worlds: the world of the living, and the world where the ancient Egyptians believed life continued in another form. In the previous chapters, we explored how the Egyptians preserved the body in preparation for what came after death. Now, let us move toward what they believed truly awaited beyond that preparation. For them, mummification was never the final destination. It was only the beginning of a far longer journey. What may surprise us is that the Egyptians did not imagine the afterlife as a vague emptiness or an unknowable realm. In their understanding, it was a place with roads to follow, gates to pass through, rivers to cross, fertile fields to cultivate, and trials that every soul would have to face. Just as earthly life required knowledge in order to survive, life beyond death also required wisdom in order to find the right path. From this belief emerged one of the most extraordinary collections of sacred writings in human history. Today we know it as the Book of the Dead. In truth, that title was given by 19th century scholars. The ancient Egyptians themselves called it the Book of Coming Forth by Day. Even its original name reveals something profound. Death was not imagined as a descent into darkness. It was understood as an awakening, a journey toward the light. These texts were never a single unified book. Instead, they formed a collection of hundreds of spells, prayers, and ritual instructions written upon papyrus scrolls or inscribed on the walls of tombs. Each family selected passages according to their beliefs and circumstances. Some versions were modest, others stretched for dozens of meters and were richly illustrated with brilliant colors. Seen through modern eyes, they resemble a map of another world. Within them are gates that must be passed, gods who must be recognized, questions that must be answered, and challenges that every soul must meet with courage and honesty. Today we may understand these images symbolically rather than literally. Yet for the ancient Egyptians, preparing for the next world was every bit as important as preparing for life upon the earth. Before that great journey could begin, one of the most sacred ceremonies of all had to be performed: the opening of the mouth ceremony. After the mummy had been completed and placed within its coffin, priests gently touched the mouth, the eyes, the ears, and the nose of the deceased with specially consecrated ritual instruments. Today we know this ceremony produced no biological effect, but within the symbolic universe of ancient Egypt, this was the moment when the senses of the soul were awakened. The mouth, so it could speak; the eyes, so they could see; the ears, so they could hear; the nose, so it could breathe. There is something deeply beautiful in that idea. The Egyptians did not believe death erased the abilities that make life meaningful. They believed those abilities simply continued, within another form of existence. Throughout many passages of the Book of Coming Forth by Day, the deceased repeatedly prays to breathe, to speak, to behold the light, and to walk once again upon their own feet. These prayers express something profoundly human, not a desire for power, not even immortality in the ordinary sense, but the longing to continue experiencing life, to remain present, to remain oneself. That is why Egyptian tombs contained far more than practical objects. The walls themselves were painted with food. To us today, this may seem unusual, yet in Egyptian thought, an image possessed its own form of existence. A carefully painted loaf of bread, a jar of beer, clusters of grapes, fish, fruit, or roasted meat were never simply decorative paintings. They became prayers expressing the hope that the deceased would never know hunger throughout eternity. Perhaps what mattered most was never whether the food could literally be eaten. What mattered was that the love of those left behind had been placed into every careful brushstroke. Nor was food the only gift prepared for the journey. Many tombs also contained hundreds of small figurines known as shabti. These tiny figures were carved from wood, stone, or blue-glazed faience. Inscribed upon their bodies were sacred texts expressing the hope that if the deceased were called upon to perform labor in the next world, the shabti would answer in their place. At first, the idea may bring a gentle smile, but on deeper reflection, the shabti reveals something wonderfully simple. Even after death, human beings hoped to find peace. These little figures became gifts of loving care. Archaeologists have also discovered sandals, wigs, walking sticks, clothing, cosmetic boxes, jewelry, musical instruments, and countless other everyday possessions inside Egyptian tombs. Not because the Egyptians clung excessively to material wealth, but because they believed the next world was still a life that deserved thoughtful preparation, a life in which familiar objects would help the soul feel at home as it continued its journey. When we look upon these artifacts today, we are seeing far more than an ancient civilization. We are seeing love, a mother preparing sandals for her child, a wife placing her husband's favorite comb beside him, a family carefully arranging each treasured possession with the quiet hope that someone they loved would never have to travel alone. In moments like these, the distance between past and present almost disappears, for in every age, love longs to prepare the very best for those it cherishes. Here, once again, the thought of Carl Gustav Jung opens another doorway of reflection. In The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious, he wrote, "The unconscious is not merely evil by nature. It is also the source of the highest good. Not only dark, but also light. Not only bestial, semi-human, and demonic, but superhuman, spiritual, and, in the classical sense of the word, divine." Jung was describing the profound depths of the human psyche, not explaining Egyptian religion. He argued that beneath our fears lies an equally powerful capacity to create symbols that help us live meaningful lives. Seen through that perspective, the Book of Coming Forth by Day, the opening of the mouth ceremony, the shabti figures, and the painted offerings are more than expressions of religious belief. They become a language through which human beings have always sought to converse with the unknown. They transform anxiety before death into a meaningful story, one in which every soul is offered a path forward. Perhaps that is why Egyptian tombs continue to move us after more than 3,000 years. Not because of their gold, not because of their magnificent treasures, but because they preserve an extraordinarily gentle conviction that death is not a door forever closing, but a journey worthy of being prepared with love, memory, and hope. And now, as the night remains peaceful beyond your window, imagine yourself standing within the field of reeds, the eternal paradise envisioned by the ancient Egyptians. There, calm waters reflect an everlasting dawn. There is no war, no illness, no separation. Whether or not we share that ancient belief, its image still offers a timeless reminder. Across every civilization, human beings have longed for one simple promise, that after all the struggles of life, there might be a place where the soul can finally rest in peace. And perhaps, that enduring hope is the most immortal gift that ancient Egypt has left to all of humanity. Part 13. Famous pharaohs through their mummies. The night has become wonderfully still, Above the Egyptian sky, the stars continue their quiet journey. Just as they did when the pharaohs ruled along the banks of the Nile, more than 3,000 years have passed. Magnificent dynasties have faded into history. Cities that once pulsed with life now rest silently as ruins scattered across the desert. And yet, something extraordinary remains. Within the cool darkness of ancient tombs and museum galleries, the mummies continue telling their stories. Not through spoken words, not through inscriptions carved into stone, but through the very bodies that time has preserved. Each mummy is like a chapter in a book that has never truly been closed. As modern science joins hands with archaeology, kings once regarded as distant legends begin to emerge as real human beings. They are no longer merely names recorded in royal chronicles. They have faces, illnesses, injuries, choices they made, and sometimes mysteries that still refuse to be solved. Perhaps no pharaoh is more famous than Tutankhamun. He ascended the throne as a boy of about 9 years old and died when he was only 18 or 19. His reign was brief. It was not marked by sweeping conquests or monumental achievements. Yet in 1922, when Howard Carter opened Tutankhamun's nearly untouched tomb in the Valley of the Kings, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Not simply because of the thousands of golden treasures, not only because of the magnificent funerary mask, but because, for the first time, humanity entered a royal tomb that had survived almost completely intact for more than 3,000 years. Today, through CT scanning and ancient DNA analysis, we understand far more about the young king. He appears to have suffered from several health conditions likely related to generations of royal intermarriage. One of his feet showed signs of deformity, perhaps explaining why so many walking sticks were found within his tomb. Modern research also suggests that his death was probably not the result of assassination, as was once widely believed. Instead, it may have resulted from a combination of injury, illness, and a physically weakened condition. If Tutankhamun represents the mystery of youth, then Ramesses II stands as the symbol of power and longevity. He ruled Egypt for nearly 67 years, one of the longest reigns in Egyptian history. When scientists examined his mummy, they discovered that he lived to approximately 90 years of age, an extraordinary lifespan in the ancient world. His skeleton reveals severe arthritis. His teeth are worn from decades of use. His arteries show signs of hardening. Even portions of his reddish-brown hair remain preserved. These discoveries bring the great pharaoh remarkably close to us. Behind the colossal statues and the legendary military victories stood a man who also faced old age, illness, and the limits of the human body. Another remarkable ruler is Hatshepsut, Egypt's most celebrated female pharaoh. In a society where the throne almost always belonged to men, Hatshepsut ruled successfully for more than 20 years. She commissioned magnificent monuments and expanded Egyptian trade to the legendary land of Punt. For many years, no one knew where her mummy had gone. Only in the 21st century, through the combined use of CT scanning, DNA testing, and a particularly ingenious comparison between a single tooth preserved inside a royal canopic container and the jaw of an unidentified mummy, did many researchers conclude that they had finally identified Hatshepsut herself. It remains one of archaeology's most beautiful moments. A single tooth, quietly reconnecting a story that had been broken for over 3,000 years. Next comes Thutmose III, often called the Napoleon of Egypt because of his extraordinary military skill. Through a series of remarkable campaigns, he expanded Egypt into one of the great powers of the ancient Near East. Yet when we look upon his mummy today, what remains is not the sword, nor the chariot, nor the triumphs of war, only a peaceful face, a body finally at rest. It gently reminds us that every victory eventually becomes memory, while time continues its silent journey. If Thutmose III represents triumph, then Seqenenre tells a far more tragic story. His mummy bears devastating injuries to the skull, deep wounds inflicted by axes, spears, and daggers striking from several directions. For many years, scholars debated whether he had been assassinated or killed in battle. Recent CT studies increasingly support the conclusion that Sekhen and Ra died fighting against the Hyksos, helping begin Egypt's struggle to reclaim its independence. Those wounds are more than forensic evidence. They are scars left by history itself. His body became a record more honest than any written inscription. Another pharaoh who continues to inspire debate is Akhenaten. He introduced one of the most dramatic religious reforms in Egyptian history, elevating the worship of Aten above nearly every other deity and transforming Egypt's spiritual life. Even today, the identity of Akhenaten's mummy remains uncertain. Some researchers believe that the mummy discovered inside KV-55 may belong to him. Others remain unconvinced. What is fascinating is that no matter how advanced science becomes, history still keeps a few quiet mysteries for itself. Perhaps those unanswered questions are precisely what continue drawing us forward. Whenever Akhenaten is mentioned, it is impossible not to think of Nefertiti. Her painted bust remains one of the world's most celebrated works of ancient art. Yet her final resting place has never been identified with certainty. Many expeditions have searched. Numerous theories have been proposed. Some suggest she lies hidden inside a secret chamber near Tutankhamun's tomb. Others believe her mummy has already been discovered but not yet recognized. Even today, her story remains unfinished. It reminds us that archaeology is not only the science of answers. Sometimes, it is equally the science of questions. Finally, we arrive at Cleopatra VII, the last queen of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Unlike many earlier pharaohs, Cleopatra lived during Egypt's Hellenistic period, an age deeply intertwined with the political upheavals of the ancient Mediterranean world. To this day, neither her tomb nor her remains have been conclusively discovered. Archaeological expeditions continue searching. New theories continue to emerge. Yet it is precisely this silence that has made Cleopatra one of history's most enduring mysteries. Perhaps the greatest gift these mummies offer is not simply that they teach us more about kings and queens. Their greatest gift is that they allow us to see the human being behind the crown. A boy who became king too early, an aging ruler enduring illness, a queen who overcame the expectations of her age, a warrior who fell upon the battlefield, a lonely religious reformer, a queen whom history is still searching for. Once the crown is laid aside, they become very much like us. They wished to be remembered. They carried dreams that remained unfinished, and none of them could stand outside the passage of time. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "Life has always seemed to me like a plant that lives on its rhizome. Its true life is invisible, hidden in the rhizome." Jung was reflecting on the hidden foundations of human life and consciousness, not on Egyptian pharaohs. Yet his image offers a beautiful metaphor for understanding them. What survives after thousands of years is not merely stone monuments or golden treasures. What continues to live are the stories, the symbols, and the lasting impressions these rulers have left within humanity's collective memory. Like the unseen roots that quietly nourish a living plant, the deepest truths of history often lie beneath everything our eyes can see. And now, as the night continues to embrace the Egyptian desert, imagine these kings and queens, no longer as towering statues carved from stone, but as ordinary human beings quietly walking beneath a sky filled with stars. They came from different centuries. They lived very different lives. Yet in the end, they shared one simple hope: to leave behind a life that mattered. Perhaps that is why their stories continue to endure, not only within mummies preserved by time, but also within the questions each of us continues to ask about life, memory, and what truly remains after all earthly glory has passed away. Part 14. How mummies reveal the health of the ancient Egyptians. The night has become wonderfully peaceful. A gentle breeze drifts across the ancient temples, carrying the faint scent of sand and stone still holding the warmth of the day's sun. Above, the Egyptian sky remains filled with stars, the very same stars once observed by priests, pyramid builders, and pharaohs thousands of years ago. Within that quiet night, the mummies rest silently in museums and research laboratories across the world. They are no longer objects of simple curiosity. They have become the oldest medical records humanity has ever possessed. What makes them so extraordinary is that mummies tell us far more than how the ancient Egyptians lived. They tell us how they suffered, how they grew old, how their bodies healed, and above all, they remind us that although more than 3,000 years separate their lives from ours, the human body still follows many of the same timeless laws. For many years, heart disease was thought to be a problem unique to modern society, a consequence of fast food, sedentary lifestyles, and constant stress. But when research teams used CT scanning to examine hundreds of Egyptian mummies, they uncovered an unexpected discovery. Many showed clear evidence of atherosclerosis. Calcified plaques appeared within the aorta, the coronary arteries, and numerous other blood vessels, remarkably similar to those seen by cardiologists today. The discovery encouraged scientists to rethink long-held assumptions. Perhaps heart disease is not entirely a modern illness. Age, genetics, diet, chronic inflammation, the surrounding environment, all may contribute to changes within the cardiovascular system, regardless of the century in which a person lives. Suddenly, the pharaohs and Egyptian nobles become much more familiar to us. They, too, carried hearts that gradually tired with the passing years, just as ours do today. Nor was heart disease the only condition revealed by the mummies. Many display unmistakable evidence of arthritis. Among older individuals, the knees, hips, and spine often bear the unmistakable marks of degeneration. Those who performed heavy physical labor developed powerful muscle attachments and vertebrae worn by years of strenuous work. Meanwhile, skilled craftsmen who repeated the same precise movements throughout their lives often show distinctive changes in the shoulders, wrists, and elbows. These skeletons resemble diaries of human labor. No written words are necessary. Simply by examining the bones, scientists can begin imagining the life someone once lived. One spent a lifetime working the fields. Another rowed boats along the Nile. Another held hammer and chisel, carving temples from stone. Time etched itself upon their bodies, just as desert winds slowly shape the rocks. Another detail often surprises modern audiences: tooth decay. The ancient Egyptians did not consume refined sugar as we do today. Yet, they experienced serious dental problems. The primary reason lay in their staple food, bread. Grinding grain with stone mills often introduced tiny particles of sand and mineral fragments into the flour. Over many years, those particles gradually wore away tooth enamel, leaving teeth vulnerable to fractures, infection, and decay. Many mummies show abscesses surrounding the roots of their teeth. Some teeth are worn almost down to the gums. Others reveal that several teeth had already been lost during life. Looking upon those remains, we suddenly realize that toothache, something that feels so familiar today, also caused suffering for people living more than 3,000 years ago. Mummies also tell remarkable stories of healing. Many skeletons preserve evidence of fractures that successfully healed, broken arms reunited, leg bones mended remarkably well. Skulls retain signs of injuries sustained years before death. These discoveries tell us that the injured survived long enough for their bodies to repair themselves. Even more importantly, many of those healed bones suggest that patients were cared for properly. Their injuries stabilized. Their bodies allowed the time they needed to recover. It offers beautiful evidence of compassion between human beings. Someone stayed beside them. Someone cared for them. Someone refused to leave them alone in pain. A civilization that once seemed unimaginably distant suddenly feels much warmer and much closer. Within preserved soft tissues, Scientists have also discovered traces of ancient parasites, eggs from schistosome worms, intestinal parasites, tiny organisms that once quietly lived inside the human body. These findings reflect life along the Nile, a river that brought extraordinary fertility while also providing ideal conditions for many parasites to thrive. Ancient DNA analysis has likewise revealed evidence of the parasite responsible for malaria in several mummies, including well-known studies involving Tutankhamun. Such discoveries remind us that infectious diseases accompanied humanity long before the arrival of modern medicine. Another especially fascinating field is the study of ancient DNA itself. The tiny fragments of genetic material preserved within bones and teeth resemble letters carefully protected by time. They help researchers reconstruct family relationships, trace ancient population movements, and identify inherited traits connected to health. Analyzing ancient DNA is never easy. Time gradually breaks genetic material apart, and contamination remains a constant challenge. Yet every reliable result allows history to come into sharper focus. The mummies also preserve countless details from everyday life. Tattoos found on the skin of some ancient women may have held religious significance, healing purposes, or indicated social status. Hair still preserves its natural color, its style, and even traces of perfumed oils or dyes. By studying individual strands, researchers can analyze their chemical composition to learn more about diet, health, and the surrounding environment. Even eating habits remain preserved within the body. Stable isotope analysis of bones and teeth reveals that most Egyptians relied upon wheat, barley, vegetables, legumes, and fish from the Nile. Wealthier individuals often consumed greater quantities of meat and richer foods, perhaps helping explain why atherosclerosis appears in some royal mummies. Perhaps most moving of all is the evidence for medical care. Some broken bones healed in excellent alignment. Certain individuals appear to have received forms of dental treatment. Other remains show injuries that had been bandaged or cared for before death. These discoveries remind us that the ancient Egyptians did far more than build pyramids. They cared for the sick. They eased suffering. They patiently waited while the body healed itself. They understood that human life was something precious. Perhaps that is what makes these mummies so deeply moving. They do not tell stories about perfect people. They tell stories about individuals who suffered from aching backs, painful teeth, fevers, injuries, and old age. Ordinary experiences, profoundly human experiences, experiences that are very much like our own. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "We cannot change anything unless we accept it." Jung was speaking about psychological growth rather than ancient medicine. He believed that genuine transformation begins when we honestly acknowledge reality instead of turning away from it. Perhaps the mummies quietly offer the same lesson. They do not conceal fractured bones, worn teeth, or the marks left by disease. Instead, they preserve them faithfully as part of a complete human life. It is precisely that honesty that makes them such extraordinary witnesses, not only to history, but to human nature itself. And now, as the night continues to embrace the desert in peaceful silence, imagine that every mummy is a diary, written not with ink, but with bone, with skin, with hair, and with a heartbeat that fell silent long ago. Each reminds us that the human body always carries the story of a life. Some stories are told through great victories, others are told through scars that healed. But in the end, what remains is never the perfection of the body. It is the imprint of a human being who once lived, who once loved, who once endured suffering, and who was cared for by others. Perhaps that is what makes a distance of 3,000 years suddenly feel so small, as though between them and us, there remains only the quietest breath of time itself. Part 15. Children and the royal family. The night has settled gently over the Valley of the Kings. A soft desert breeze glides across the cliffs that have witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties. Beneath a sky filled with stars, The royal tombs rest in silence, like vast repositories of memory, preserved by time itself. Among the powerful pharaohs, the celebrated queens, and the dazzling treasures of gold that continue to astonish the world. There are quieter stories that are told far less often. They are not stories of conquest, nor of magnificent monuments. They are stories of children who never had the chance to grow up, of parents who lost their sons and daughters, and of royal families who carried within their lives both unimaginable splendor and profoundly human sorrow. History usually remembers kings through their victories, but archaeology often begins with something much smaller: a tiny bracelet, a coffin measuring only a few dozen centimeters in length, a little body, carefully wrapped in layers of linen. Whenever archaeologists discover the mummies of children in Egypt, they experience something deeply moving. These young lives remind us that even within one of history's greatest civilizations, a civilization capable of building pyramids and mastering astonishing astronomical knowledge, humanity could never completely overcome. Illness, natural disaster, or the fragility of life itself. In many tombs, children were buried with the same loving care shown to adults. Tiny necklaces, protective amulets, soft linen wrappings, prayers placed gently beside them, as acts of farewell filled with love. These discoveries reveal that a parent's love has never depended upon a child's age. A life lasting only a few days, or only a few months, was still enough to become an entire universe within the hearts of those left behind. Perhaps no discovery has touched the human heart more deeply than the two unborn children found inside Tutankhamun's tomb. When Howard Carter opened KV 62 in 1922, amid the magnificent treasures of gold, he and his team also uncovered two remarkably small coffins. Inside lay two carefully mummified fetuses. For decades, their identities remained a mystery. Researchers knew only that they had received the full dignity of royal burial. With the arrival of CT scanning and ancient DNA analysis in the 21st century, many studies now suggest that the two unborn girls were most likely the daughters of Tutankhamun and his queen, Ankhesenamun. One appears to have died late in pregnancy. The other may have been very close to birth. That discovery left the world profoundly silent. Suddenly, Tutankhamun was no longer simply the young pharaoh behind the famous golden mask. He was also a father who never had the opportunity to watch his daughters grow. In that moment, history became astonishingly intimate. 3,000 years seemed to disappear, for the grief of losing a child has never belonged to one civilization alone. It is a sorrow shared by humanity itself. One of the greatest gifts modern science has given archaeology is the ability to study ancient DNA. In earlier generations, Egyptologists relied almost entirely upon inscriptions, statues, and scattered historical records to reconstruct the royal family tree. Today, DNA has become another quiet witness, one of remarkable honesty. From tiny fragments of bone or teeth preserved across thousands of years, scientists can identify biological relationships between members of the same dynasty. Little by little, missing branches of forgotten family trees have begun to reconnect. Individuals who were once anonymous mummies now recover their identities. Someone becomes a father, someone becomes a mother, a daughter, a brother, a sister. History ceases to be merely a sequence of dynasties. It becomes the story of families. Yet these same DNA studies have also revealed a truth that invites thoughtful reflection. Throughout several periods of Egyptian history, particularly during the New Kingdom, marriages between close relatives occurred with surprising frequency. Pharaohs often married sisters or other close members of the royal family. To them, royal blood possessed sacred significance, and preserving that lineage helped reinforce the legitimacy of the throne. This practice was not unique to Egypt. It also appeared within several other ancient royal dynasties. What ancient people could not yet understand, however, were the laws of genetics. Today, research demonstrates that repeated marriages between close relatives can increase the likelihood of inherited disorders, congenital abnormalities, and various health conditions. Tutankhamun is often discussed as one possible example. Imaging studies and DNA research suggest that he may have experienced several skeletal abnormalities, foot disorders, and weaknesses affecting his immune system. Although scientists continue to debate the precise influence of each factor, many agree that inherited genetics may have contributed to the young king's fragile health. There is something deeply humbling about this realization. The most powerful people in Egypt could not alter the fundamental laws of life. Gold could not change DNA. Power could not command biology. Even a pharaoh lived within the boundaries established by nature itself. History leaves us with a quiet lesson in humility. Behind colossal statues and magnificent ceremonies lay family tragedies that time has only gradually revealed. There were mothers who lost children before birth, kings who died too young, leaving the throne to a child, marriages shaped more by political necessity than by love, sisters who became queens, brothers who became heirs, families that appeared to possess everything, yet could not escape illness, loss, or grief. Perhaps that is what makes these mummies more moving than any treasure of gold. They preserve more than the history of a kingdom. They preserve the history of a family that hoped, that worried, that loved, and that wept. Here again, the thought of Carl Gustav Jung offers a deeper perspective. In The Development of Personality, he wrote, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of its parents." Jung was exploring the psychology of family relationships and childhood development, not describing ancient Egyptian royal families. He argued that children often inherit the unfulfilled expectations, ambitions, and emotional burdens of those who came before them. Perhaps his insight resonates symbolically with the lives of Egypt's royal children. A prince or princess was never simply someone's son or daughter. Each child also carried the future of the dynasty, the continuity of the throne, and the hope of preserving a bloodline believed to be sacred. Sometimes, those expectations placed extraordinary weight upon lives that had barely begun. Perhaps the greatest lesson these young mummies offer is not the fragility of death. It is the immeasurable value of life. A life is never measured solely by the number of years it contains. It is measured by the love it receives. The two tiny daughters buried within Tutankhamun's tomb never became pharaohs. They never built temples. They never led armies. They left behind no royal decrees. Yet the simple fact that their parents prepared for them a resting place filled with dignity and tenderness has been enough to tell humanity a story of love that has endured across 3,000 years. And now, as the night continues to embrace the Egyptian desert in gentle silence, imagine that somewhere among the towering columns and doorways covered with hieroglyphs, there are not only kings and queens remembered by history, but also children once held lovingly in their parents' arms. They remind us that behind every dynasty stands a family, behind every throne, a human heart capable of love, and behind every great historical story, the ordinary emotions that have always united humanity. Perhaps those quiet, familiar moments are the most enduring treasures of all, lasting even longer than stone, than gold, or than the pyramids themselves rising above the desert. Part 16. The Embalmers and the Valley of the Kings. Night has gently settled over the western bank of the Nile. Across the river, the city of Luxor still glimmers with the lights of everyday life. But here, where the sun disappears each evening, behind the barren limestone hills, the ancient Egyptians believed they had entered the land of eternity. To them, the east where the sun rose symbolized birth. The west where the sun vanished beneath the horizon marked the place where every soul began its journey into another world. It was here, in this quiet landscape, that more than 3,000 years ago, ordinary people carried out an extraordinary task every single day. They were not kings, they were not warriors, nor were they the astronomers or architects who designed the pyramids. They were the embalmers. The names of most of them have long been erased by time. Yet the marks they left behind remain preserved within every layer of linen, every drop of fragrant resin, and every body that has endured across the millennia. When we think of mummies, we naturally picture the pharaohs. Far fewer of us pause to think about the hands that quietly created them. Every completed mummy represented weeks of painstaking labor. There was no room for haste, no room for mistakes. Inside the embalming workshops, every stage followed a carefully established sequence. The body was purified with water and palm wine. The embalmers used natron to dry the soft tissues. They treated the body cavity with precious resins and aromatic oils. Then, with extraordinary patience, they wrapped hundreds of meters of linen around every arm, every finger, and every toe. Today, archaeological excavations have shown that these workshops were far more sophisticated than anyone once imagined. Many contained specialized working areas, one space for washing the body, another for preparing aromatic resins, another devoted entirely to wrapping the linen. Pottery jars discovered within these workshops still bear the names of specific oils, resins, and embalming solutions used throughout the process. These discoveries reveal something remarkable. Mummification was never simply a religious ceremony. It was also a highly skilled craft, requiring knowledge, experience, and astonishing precision. The embalmers possessed far more than technical ability. They also carried a sacred responsibility. According to Egyptian belief, a carefully preserved body provided the soul with a home to which it could return. For that reason, every movement was performed with reverence. Prayers accompanied their work. Protective amulets were placed in carefully chosen locations. Every layer of linen was wrapped as though it were one final gift offered to the deceased. There is something quietly beautiful about that thought. These men devoted their lives to preparing others for their final journey. They encountered death every day. Perhaps because of that, they understood the value of life more deeply than anyone else. Surrounding these embalming workshops lay a place modern scholars often describe as the city of the dead. Yet it was never a city in the ordinary sense. There were no crowded marketplaces, no bustling streets. Instead, it formed a vast landscape of tombs, mortuary temples, embalming workshops, storerooms filled with funerary equipment, and the homes of those who served the burial rituals. To the ancient Egyptians, however, this place inspired no fear. On the contrary, it represented a natural continuation of life itself. They never believed that the living and the dead were completely separated. Memory, love, and remembrance continued to unite both worlds. If the pyramids symbolize Egypt's old kingdom, then during the new kingdom, the pharaohs chose another place for their eternal rest. The Valley of the Kings. Hidden among the limestone cliffs west of Luxor, the valley was selected because its isolated landscape offered secrecy and protection. The Egyptians hoped that concealing royal tombs deep within the mountains would keep them safe from robbers. More than 60 tombs have now been discovered there. Each resembles a world of its own. Long passageways descending into the earth, walls completely covered with hieroglyphs, ceilings painted with brilliant constellations of stars, sacred prayers prepared for the journey into eternity. These were not simply burial places. They were masterpieces created through faith. Yet even the best protected places could never fully withstand human greed. Only a few generations after many pharaohs had been buried, tomb robbery became a widespread crisis. Coffins were forced open, golden jewelry disappeared. Precious treasures were melted down or sold. Sometimes even the mummies themselves suffered damage during desperate searches for hidden valuables. It is a deeply sorrowful chapter, yet it also reflects an enduring truth. In every age, whenever something is created with reverence, there will always be those who seek to turn it into personal gain. Faced with this growing danger, the priests and guardians of the royal necropolis made an extraordinary decision. Rather than allowing the kings to remain inside tombs that had already been discovered, they secretly moved many royal mummies to safer hiding places. It became a quiet operation, conducted under the cover of darkness. Without grand ceremonies, without magnificent processions. Only a small group of people carrying the responsibility of protecting the legacy of an entire civilization. They carefully removed the mummies from damaged coffins, recorded each identity, rewrapped areas that had deteriorated, then carried the kings into hidden places known only to a trusted few. Because of that courageous decision, the mummies of Ramesses II, Seti I, Thutmose III, and many other pharaohs have survived to the present day. One of the most famous hiding places is the cache discovered at Deir el-Bahari, commonly known as the Royal Cache. In 1881, archaeologists uncovered a vast hidden tomb there. Inside rested dozens of royal mummies, lying side by side in perfect silence. The discovery felt as though history had suddenly opened a door sealed for more than 3,000 years. Not one king, not two kings, but an entire dynasty, sleeping together in darkness. Today, we naturally appreciate the immense archaeological value of that discovery. But for the priests who carried out the rescue so many centuries earlier, their purpose was beautifully simple. They wished only to protect those whom they believed still deserved peaceful rest. Perhaps that quiet act became one of history's purest expressions of loyalty. Not loyalty to power, but loyalty to memory, to history, and to responsibility. Here again, the words of Carl Gustav Jung invite a deeper reflection. In Modern Man in Search of a Soul, he wrote, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." Jung was reflecting on the uniqueness of each individual's psychological journey, not on Egyptian burial traditions. He argued that every person must discover their own way of confronting life's deepest questions, including mortality and meaning. Seen symbolically, the embalmers, the priests, and the guardians of the royal tombs were each walking their own path toward those timeless questions. They did not attempt to conquer death. They sought only to give it meaning. Perhaps that is precisely what Jung wished to remind us. Human beings do not mature by denying what cannot be avoided, but by discovering meaning within the experiences life inevitably brings. And now, as night continues to embrace the Valley of the Kings, the limestone mountains remain standing like silent guardians of time itself. Imagine that somewhere beneath the earth, those ancient corridors still carry the faint fragrance of resin and linen from thousands of years ago. The embalmers themselves departed from this world long ago, yet their work continues to speak through every mummy that survives. They never became famous names in history. They never ruled kingdoms. They never wore crowns. Yet it was these anonymous hands that carried the memory of an entire civilization across deserts, through wars, beyond human greed, and ultimately across the centuries until it reached us today. Perhaps that is one of the quietest and most beautiful forms of immortality that humanity has ever created. Part 17. Mummies in the Modern World. Night is slowly drawing to a close over the sands of Egypt. The wind still moves quietly through the Valley of the Kings, where royal tombs have rested undisturbed for more than 3,000 years. In this peaceful silence, it is difficult to imagine that there was once a time when those who had been preserved with the greatest reverence became objects of curiosity, of misunderstanding, and, at times, of human greed. The journey of the mummies did not end when the doors of their tombs were sealed. In many ways, another journey began the moment the modern world rediscovered them. It is a journey that is both astonishing and deeply thought-provoking. For centuries in Europe, many people believed that powdered mummy possessed healing powers. This belief arose from a misunderstanding involving bitumen, a naturally occurring form of asphalt, whose dark appearance resembled substances found on some mummies. Over time, that misunderstanding gave rise to an extraordinary trade. Countless mummies were transported from Egypt to Europe, cut into pieces, ground into powder, and sold as a medicinal remedy known as mumia. Today, such practices seem almost unimaginable. Yet within the limited medical knowledge of earlier centuries, many sincerely believed that the preserved remains of ancient people could cure disease. This history reflects more than simple misunderstanding. It reveals something deeply human, our enduring desire to overcome illness and death itself. Sometimes that longing leads to remarkable discoveries. At other times, it leads us away from compassion. During the 19th century, as fascination with ancient Egypt swept across Europe, another curious phenomenon appeared. In some cities, wealthy aristocrats hosted public mummy unwrapping gatherings as fashionable entertainment or scholarly demonstrations. Inside elegant drawing rooms or crowded lecture halls, layer after layer of linen was carefully removed before audiences filled with curiosity. Each newly uncovered wrapping inspired excitement, as though people were revealing a priceless antique. Few paused to remember that beneath those wrappings rested a human being, someone who once had a name, a family, someone who loved and was loved in return. If we place ourselves, even briefly, within the worldview of the ancient Egyptians, it becomes easier to understand why such acts would have violated their most sacred beliefs. To them, preserving the body's integrity was never merely part of a funeral ritual. It was an expression of respect for the soul itself. Fortunately, as both science and research ethics matured, those attitudes gradually changed. The earliest archaeologists made extraordinary contributions to our understanding of ancient Egypt. Yet it is equally important to recognize that early archaeology sometimes made serious mistakes. Driven by the excitement of discovering magnificent treasures, excavations were often carried out too quickly. Some mummies were unwrapped without carefully recording the original position of every object. Entire tombs were disturbed. Archaeological layers were damaged. Countless details disappeared forever, information that can never be recovered. Today, archaeological standards are very different. Every artifact matters. Every grain of dust, every fragment of linen, every grain of ancient pollen, every fingerprint left upon a ceramic vessel. Each may tell a story, and sometimes that story proves more valuable than gold itself. From those lessons, archaeology gradually entered a more mature era. Today, museums and research institutions throughout the world follow rigorous conservation standards. Temperature and humidity are constantly monitored. Light levels are carefully controlled to protect delicate linen and ancient pigments. Whenever a mummy must be moved, specially designed supports minimize even the slightest vibration. Every scientific investigation carefully balances the value of new knowledge against the responsibility to preserve the artifact. Today, mummies are no longer viewed simply as objects waiting to be excavated. They are recognized as irreplaceable human heritage. Another profound transformation has taken place inside museums themselves. In earlier generations, mummies were often displayed as strange curiosities intended to satisfy public fascination. Today, many museums have adopted an entirely different approach. Exhibition panels describe not only dates and dynasties, but the lives of the people themselves. The galleries have become quieter, the language more thoughtful. Many museums now consult ethicists and descendant communities whenever appropriate, seeking to ensure that every display honors the dignity of those who have died. This transformation reflects something larger than archaeology alone. It reflects the moral growth of humanity itself. We no longer see mummies merely as objects. We see them as people. It sounds like a simple idea. Yet, it took centuries for humanity to learn that lesson. Alongside this change in perspective has come extraordinary technological progress. In the past, the only way to discover what lay beneath the linen wrappings was to remove them. Today, that is rarely necessary. High-resolution CT scanning, three-dimensional surface imaging, microscopic chemical analysis, multispectral photography, miniature endoscopy, and many other non-invasive techniques now allow scientists to examine mummies in astonishing detail without causing damage. They can observe every tooth, every protective amulet, every layer of fragrant resin, even tiny stitches hidden beneath the linen itself. Each technological advance brings us closer to history, but even more importantly, it allows us to approach history with patience and with respect. Perhaps this is one of the most beautiful achievements of modern science, not because we know more, but because we have learned to be more humble. It is fascinating to look back upon this entire journey. There was a time when mummies were treated as medicine, a time when they became public entertainment, a time when they were regarded merely as archaeological objects, and today, they are increasingly recognized as human beings who still deserve dignity, even after thousands of years. That transformation says more than the history of archaeology. It speaks to the moral evolution of humanity itself. Carl Gustav Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "The decisive question for man is he related to something infinite or not?" That is the telling question of his life. Jung was reflecting on humanity's relationship with meaning, spirituality, and the deeper dimensions of existence, not on Egyptian archaeology. Yet his words offer a beautiful lens through which to view our changing relationship with the past. When we learn to see a mummy not simply as an artifact, but as a person who once lived, who hoped, who loved, and who was loved, we expand our own capacity for compassion. Science then becomes more than a tool for discovery. It becomes a bridge between knowledge and humanity. And now, as the night continues to rest gently over the ancient tombs of Egypt, imagine the mummies still lying peacefully within the silence they have preserved for thousands of years. This time, there are no hurried hands tearing away the linen, no searching eyes looking only for treasure. Only scientists quietly observing through the screens of modern instruments, patiently listening to the stories that time has safeguarded. Perhaps that is the most beautiful way for the modern world to honor the past. Not through possession, not through conquest, but through understanding, humility, and respect. And within that gentle silence, history is no longer something that has died. It becomes a quiet conversation between the people of today and the souls who crossed the river of time long before us. Part 18. A message from the ancient world. The night has reached its quietest hour. Above the Egyptian desert, the sky stretches endlessly like an ocean of stars. The evening breeze drifts softly across the rolling sands, past temples that have slept peacefully for thousands of years, then gently brushes the limestone mountains, embracing the Valley of the Kings in their timeless stillness. Every sound seems to slow. Even time itself feels softer now. And as our journey together draws to its close, perhaps the greatest gift the Egyptian mummies have left behind is not found in golden funerary masks, nor in magnificent treasures, nor even in the mysteries that once captivated the entire world. Their greatest gift is the story of being human. Throughout this journey, we have walked together through linen wrappings placed around human bodies more than 3,000 years ago. We have watched patient embalmers working quietly inside modest workshops along the western bank of the Nile. We have followed pharaohs into corridors covered with hieroglyphs. We have listened to the stories of children who never had the chance to grow up, of royal families whose lives held both extraordinary glory and heartbreaking loss, and of bodies that still preserve the marks of illness, old age, and wounds that long ago healed. Every archaeological discovery is like a small doorway opening, and behind every doorway, there is always a human life. Perhaps that is what makes the Egyptian mummy one of humanity's most remarkable legacies, for it is not merely an achievement of science, not merely an expression of religious belief, nor simply a work of art. It is where all three become one. Science brought extraordinary precision to the preservation of the human body. Faith gave every ritual meaning beyond death itself. Art transformed every coffin, every painted wall, every layer of linen, and every protective amulet into creations of timeless beauty. Together, these three currents became what we now know as the Egyptian mummy. And yet, even that is not the whole story. The true wonder lies somewhere deeper, Each mummy does not represent an abstract civilization. Each mummy represents a single human life. Someone was once a mighty pharaoh, someone a courageous queen, someone an anonymous craftsman, someone a child who never spoke their first words. Some lived nearly 90 years. Others departed the world while still very young. But after thousands of years, all distinctions of rank begin to disappear. What remains is not power, not wealth, not titles. What remains is the trace of a life that once truly existed. Perhaps because the ancient Egyptians understood the fragility of human life so deeply, they devoted such extraordinary care to preparing for death. At first glance, we might imagine they were obsessed with dying. Yet the more we learn about them, the more we discover precisely the opposite. They prepared for death because they treasured life. Every carefully wrapped layer of linen, every precious drop of fragrant resin, every whispered prayer, every painted image upon a tomb wall, each reflected a profound belief that life possessed such meaning. It deserved to be honored with the greatest care imaginable. They never believed they could defeat death in the biological sense. They understood that every body would eventually breathe its last, but they hoped that memory would remain, that the soul would continue its journey, that a person's name would still be spoken, and that the love of those left behind would endure beyond time itself. Perhaps that hope belongs to every civilization. Today, thanks to advances in archaeology, medicine, and imaging technology, we can once again hear stories that once seemed lost forever. A single tooth tells the identity of a female pharaoh. A strand of hair reveals an ancient diet. A calcified artery speaks of heart disease. A fragment of DNA uncovers family relationships. A healed fracture tells of compassion and care. A Fayum portrait restores the face of someone who once smiled beneath the Egyptian sun. It is astonishing to realize that after more than 3,000 years, bodies that appear completely silent still continue speaking to us, not through language, not through sound, but simply through their presence. They tell us about life, about illness, about work, about family, about war, about love, about faith, and above all, about one profoundly human desire, the hope of being remembered. Perhaps that is why we feel so close to them, for although thousands of years separate our lives, human beings continue to carry the very same questions within their hearts. We love our families. We worry when illness arrives. We hope those we cherish remain safe. We long for our lives to matter, and somewhere deep within us, perhaps every one of us quietly hopes that after we are gone, something kind, something meaningful, will remain behind. Here, once more, Carl Gustav Jung offers a beautiful image. In Memories, Dreams, Reflections, he wrote, "Life has always seemed to me like a plant that lives on its rhizome. Its true life is invisible, hidden in the rhizome." Jung was reflecting on the hidden foundations of the human psyche, not on Egyptian civilization. He believed that the deepest forces shaping our lives often remain unseen, quietly nourishing everything visible above the surface. Perhaps no image could bring our journey to a gentler close. Like those hidden roots, the mummies have rested silently beneath Egypt's sands for thousands of years. They do not call attention to themselves. They make no sound. They seek no admiration. Yet from that quiet stillness, they continue nourishing humanity's understanding of history, of science, and of ourselves. Perhaps the greatest message the ancient world offers us is not how to live forever. It is how to live a life worth remembering, not through power, not through wealth, but through what we leave within the hearts of others, through kindness, through compassion, through knowledge, through love, and through the quiet, sincere acts that time itself cannot easily erase. And now, as the story of Egypt's mummies gently comes to its end, allow your own thoughts to become as calm as the surface of the Nile on a windless night. Let the pyramids slowly fade beneath the moonlight. Let the ancient corridors disappear into gentle darkness. Let the linen wrappings continue embracing those who fell asleep long before any of us entered this world. Allow the desert wind to become a quiet lullaby. Let the stars continue watching over the heavens, just as they have done for countless generations. Let time itself continue flowing in its peaceful rhythm, and as your eyes grow heavier, carry with you one gentle thought. Although each human life occupies only the briefest moment within history's endless journey, a life lived with sincerity, with love, and with purpose creates ripples that travel far beyond the boundaries of time. Just as the Egyptian mummies continue telling their stories beneath the desert sands, each of us is quietly writing our own story, day by day, moment by moment, through the simplest acts of our lives. And perhaps that is the deepest form of immortality a human being can ever hope to touch. Sleep deeply, sleep peacefully, and may the stories of the ancient world continue drifting gently through your dreams, like the Nile itself, still flowing beneath a sky filled with stars, just as it has for thousands of years.